Need marriage counseling services? Then get in touch with our professional and friendly team to learn more about our range of custom and tailored services designed to suit your exact needs. Every one of our professionals has acquired years of experience, which ensures you get the very best. Our experienced staff is waiting to hear from you and to answer any specific question you may have on how we can meet your needs. Just ask for a consultation and let us prove our commitment to you as we promise to maintain the highest level of quality and commitment. Your satisfaction is our primary concern, so please don't hesitate to get in contact with us and let us show you all of the great options we have.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. This is Cece, your life coach, and I want to make sure we started back here with our teachings and whatnot. I want to make sure that we have it clear. There's always going to be some IT antics, and I'll be holding Twitter's feet to the fire. I'll be holding Facebook's feet to the fire, and I'll be holding this nasty, narcissistic IT antics to the fire, and I will be getting Roxanne fired. I'll be getting several people fired and terminated from their jobs. Cox Cable will be sued, and so will AT&T. And then there's going to be a level of defamation of character, libel lawsuits against each and every person who keeps up these IT antics, including Chris and Texas, Ronika, and several others, including Pugat. I'm going to make sure that several people who've been keeping up these antics and buffoonery behind the scenes will be sued. You will be sued for continued antics and buffoonery. The nasty, narcissistic, disgusting, wealthy, well-connected, disgusting, Liverpool narc, and his disgusting, despicable games. Enough is enough. Thompsons will be fired and terminated. And then on top of that, Simmons will be fired. Alana Thompson will be fired. Several people will be fired for the continued IT tampering, provoking gaslight. The local police department, sheriff's department will be sued for IT tampering, provoking gaslight. I am going to go out my way to sue this network lady who continues to play her narcissistic, nasty, out of order, provoking, gaslighting, crossing despicable line, nasty antics. I will be suing Andre for his antics. I will be suing Marshall for his antics. I will be suing several individuals for their IT tampering, provoking, gaslight. I'll be suing Perez Carter and several others who've been keeping this up, including Eric, and I will be suing Miss Wright, Latoya, and several others who kept up their nasty, narcissistic antics. I made it abundantly clear that the IT tampering, provoking, gaslight needs to stop. I made it clear at the police department with Caitlin, Agent Caitlin, that's DEA, that I will be suing the brakes off of them. I will be suing Mr. and Mrs. West out there in Calabasas, California for the IT tampering, provoking, gaslight. I'll be suing Miss Carter Knoll for the tampering, provoking, gaslight. I'll be suing Uzziah Zeke Allison for tampering, provoking, gaslight. I'll be suing Jeremy Allison for the provoking, gaslight. I'll be suing Mr. Daniels for the provoking, gaslight and the IT tampering. I'll be suing Mr. Ross for the IT tampering, provoking, gaslight. I'll be suing Mr. Whitfield for the provoking, gaslight, tampering. I'll be suing Mr. Young for all the tampering, provoking, gaslight. I'll be suing Mr. Cohen, Mrs. Cohen, and the Cohen sisters for the provoking, gaslight. I'm not joking about how far it's going to go, because you guys constantly do this irritating, aggravating, provoking, gaslight. And I made it abundantly clear that I'll be suing Ivy Taraka at Cal C22. She also works over at Cox Cable, and I'll be suing the brakes off of each and every last one of you who kept this up. Because when I've asked you all to quit playing with me and being narcissistic and provoke these antics and irritate me, aggravate me, and the nasty white boy over there in Liverpool, I'll be suing the brakes off of him for libel, slander, provoking, gaslight. And I meant what I said because I'm tired of all of you. When I have to start out my lives with this, and I always have to go and point it out about this nasty narcissistic woman over this network that Mr. Ross works at, I'll be having his contracts torn up in his face. And by the time I get through with Quentin Latham and his IT antics, and then on top of that, T.S. Madison, who is Timothy Penton, who's kept up these provoking gaslight antics on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Petty, I'll be suing the brakes off of them for their IT tampering. Mr. Petty has a background. He is a DEA agent's son. He has continued to keep up these provoking gaslighting. Mrs. Perez is a DEA agent, and that's OG Juan Perez and his nasty wife. Also, I've also addressed this with Network 10 Safe Link Track Phone. They also have the state benefits contract with Florida Department of Children and Families, and I'll be suing the brakes off of Florida Department of Children and Families for all these antics, buffoonery, and lousy out-of-order provoking gaslighting games that Mr. and Mrs. Perez has done. Miss Perez got her butt cussed out over there at Network 10 Safe Link Track Phone, and I will be suing the brakes off of Network 10 Safe Link Track Phone. Because when I've addressed this multiple times and I've had to deal with this with Ring Central, I'll be suing the brakes off of them and Vladimir Shmunis. I'm not joking about how far it's going to go, because Alula Mae Archie and her brother, who have the IT background and have done this in Huntsville, I'll be suing the brakes off of Monica Turner Allison, all about the tea. I'll be suing the brakes off of YouTube because I've made it abundantly clear that I'm tired of being escalated, provoked, and gaslit. And I made it abundantly clear that I'm sick and tired of these antics and buffoonery that have crossed the line and have pissed me off to the point that I will be suing the brakes off of the cable companies at large, and also be suing the brakes off of several individuals in these IT provoking gaslight, including Andre and Marshall. Marshall's been in Venezuela playing these provoking gaslight games, and I'll be suing the brakes off of him, and I'll be asking the industry to walk him out in handcuffs, and I'll be also suing the brakes off of Tasha Transfer and Kiwi. The reason why I'm making sure that you guys understand all of this, because we're going to go into defamation, libel, and lawsuits, and why they become a level of viable. Because when I have to put up with this at all levels and whatnot, and several individuals all over different platforms kept up these antics and buffoonery at my expense, that's the reason why Twitter will be sued. That's the reason why Clubhouse will be sued. That is the reason why YouTube will be sued. That is the reason why Facebook Meta will be sued. That is the reason why I'll be moving forward with the lawsuit. And my own family members who are rich and wealthy will be getting sued for libel, slander, provoke, gaslight, emotional abuse, tormenting, degradation, humiliation, torment, gaslighting, bullying. All the things that these other people who are interconnected to the same nasty narcissistic person who is getting sued by Cardi B. Because I do know Cardi B because of my other ex and his friends and his family, his people, that they know this nasty woman. So not only will I be suing multiple people, it's because they kept this up one too many times. And not only will social media be sued, because under Section 230C, it does not protect you for slander, provoke, and gaslight, emotional abuse, tormenting, using a publication to harass, bully, terrorize, irritate, aggravate, agitate, and emotionally abuse, and then embarrass and humiliate someone, and keep this up for a number of years. And it's gone on for well over a decade. And I documented it with Twitter, Facebook, and also Twitch, and all other different platforms. I also documented it with YouTube, and it's been confirmed by YouTube and Apple about the IT tampering, provoking, gaslight, bullying, and terrorism that Ms. Carter, Mr. Carter, and several others were involved. And these same people were on my Facebook, so there's not going to be a hard time for me to prove it. And I'm sick of Facebook's antics and buffoonery and their improper practices and nastiness, and I'm sick and tired of being in the middle of this type of situations and being used as a pawn. So not only am I going to go forward with a lawsuit because I've had enough, and enough is enough of this IT specialist and it's provoking gaslight. I'll be having Mr. Whitfield fired, terminated, because I was already confirmed that he had the IT antics going on, and he did this in 2017, operating in bad faith and doing all these nasty narcissistic antics. Just like the white boy in Liverpool, and I'm sick of him. I do not like him, will not work with him. I can't stand him. I want you guys to understand where this is coming from. Because when you go to the points that you're damaging someone's platform, or you're always causing issues and problems, or you're constantly being a backyard bully, or being a nasty narcissistic provoker and gaslighter like Carlos Ellie, who is actually the DEA that was hired by the OWN network, then that's where it's going into lawsuits. That's where it's going to go into levels of slander, libel, and defamation of character, harassment lawsuits. And I'm going to win. Because I'm going to outline it with using an example of Tasha Transfer and Kiwi and her provoking gaslight antics on behalf of Nikki, who is married to my Fed ex, John David Allison, who is now Kenny Petty. It was confirmed by the Kardashians because they are DEA agents and government informants. Need I go pull up all the receipts? Because I'm tired of this. And when it's a joke and a game at someone's expense, then I have rights to sue. Just like Cardi B has rights to sue Tasha Kiwi. I've been hiding in the bushes for days because I wanted to gather everything before I went in for the kill and make sure that everybody understands why they're getting fired, why some people are going to be terminated, and why some people won't ever work in the industry ever again. And several people will be blackballed, and several people will be fired and humiliated out the industry because you don't seem to know when to quit and stop. And I'm not going to be at the butt of your jokes. And seeing as though Twitter has a little issue, let me go out of my space and come back in. Hopefully they'll have their technology and their IT tampering provoking their DevOps antics that Deborah's been doing, and she gets fired from Twitter. And hopefully Twitter will finally remove certain people who've been problematic, just like Ranger T6 and Ivy Terrell. Because I'm tired of y'all. And this is where we go into levels of me proving my case. Just like Cardi B has proved her case against Tasha Transfer Nikibi, the same person that I need to be suing because Nikki is her own girl and Karen's her own girl, and they kept this mess up for a number of years. They did the same thing that they did to Jason Lee, that they did to my website. So Uzziah Zeke Allison is DEA agent Allison, who worked with Desiree Perez and worked with OG Juan Perez. And I talked to both of them and custom clean out. And I'm going to custom clean out in court. Because when you go to this point that you've affected my life inadvertently, because my baby daddy was arrested in 1991, and Desiree Perez is the DEA agent on those cases, and OG Juan Perez, then I have rights to bring this up, and I have rights to link these cases, and I have rights to sue the brakes off each and every last one of you, including the Cardinals. Because not only did Gianna Avery Allison come on my Twitter and sit there and talk about the Cardinals are going to sue you, but Twitter has a business deal with the Cardinals. Who is Gianna Avery Allison, who sat in my house and played all these nasty games on behalf of her father, who's now DEA agent Kenny Petty, who's married to Nikki. So yes, I'm going to go through a libel, slander lawsuit and a harassment lawsuit for all the things that they've done to me. And righteously, I will sue the brakes off each publication because you allowed it for years. So I want you guys to see the issues and problems with the space so that Twitter can understand that I'm not playing with them. And I'm going to hold Jack Patrick Dorsey, who has business deals with the Cardinals, who are my FedEx John David Allison, agent DEA Allison, son. Monica Toomer Allison, all about the peace, son, who's kept with these nasty antics. And all of them have done this for a number of years. And thing is, I sat in the bushes a couple of days, and I made sure before I came on here to go and state my case, because I got to go to court tomorrow with my own daughter because of a child called my child the N-word. And the same Judge Frydjakowski had a nasty attitude and decided to refer it over to DCNF, and I'll be having her judicially disbarred because I'm sick of her. And since the city and county of Escambia has always protected John David Allison, Uzziah Freaky Allison, DEA agent, and his nasty son and his nasty wife, I've had enough, and enough is enough. So I dare Frydjakowski to have a nasty attitude and ever refer a DCNF referral because I talked to her about her nasty mouth and her nasty attitude, how she did me. So no, I don't have anything nice to say about Jennifer Frydjakowski because she's one racist white woman with blonde hair and a disgusting, despicable judge with a nasty attitude and a smart mouth. And I still have the paperwork downloaded to send a judicial review for her. And I'm tired of this. Also, getting in my house, stealing my earrings, and thinking I'm going to call the police. I'm not, because they're going to be sued. Escambia County Sheriff's Department and City of Pensacola Police Department will be sued because it was confirmed the police were getting in my house and doing all this provoking gaslight. Grover Robinson will be sued because I told him what was going on, and I told the other particular mayor before about these antics. That was Ashton Hayward. And since President Trump was in Pensacola, Florida, multiple times, and this is all surrounding in the mid-'80s and trafficking a child, I'm that child. And in that with B and J in 1991 and 93. Also met with O in 1993 or 1992 in Chicago. And O also had an office in New York. And since this is funny to play all these nasty games, I'm tired of being irritated and aggravated. I'm tired of the troll farm, and I'm tired of these publications allowing these nasty wealth-connected billionaires who somebody told me, oh, billionaires and millionaires are in on this. Then good. I want everybody to know which billionaires and millionaires were in on this and why. Because this AT&T, STA, APG hidden network, I didn't have a hidden network put on my stuff. I'll be suing the brakes off of Cox Cable and AT&T. I'll be suing the brakes off of Dish Network. I'll be suing the brakes off of ADT, AVS, and several other corporations, companies. Because when I reported this to the actual feds, I reported this to the FBI. I reported this in 2010, 2011. Nobody listened. When I reported these issues and problems with the intimate partner violence, provoking gaslight, everybody wanted to act dumb and act like they didn't know what I was talking about. But when Russians try to get into my accounts, and when I'm told on my other Twitter, and let me make sure that I can get back into my Twitter space, because I've had enough with Twitter and their antics. Jack doesn't like me and I don't like him. The feeling's mutual. Here's why. Because he was told what was going on in 2015 and he did nothing. He was told what was going on in 2012. He did nothing. He allowed it. So just a moment, let me get back in there. Because when you play with someone and you play dirty, then I'm going to make sure that it's outlined on every platform. I'm making sure it's streamed across every platform so that Facebook can't keep on trying to ding my account and keep playing nasty narcissistic games. Because both of them were told what was going on. They did nothing about it. They were getting money from this deal. Because Network 10 SafeLink track phone will be sued for libel and habitual enablement of provoking gaslight. Miss Perez was down there in Miami because she got her butt cleaned out. So now you know that it was a DEA agent, OG1 Perez's wife, that was down there in Miami. And yes, I'm going to sue the brakes off of her. She works for Rock Nation. That's DEA Desiree Perez. And I'm not joking about how far it's going to go. So let me try to get out of here. As you can see, I'm having a lot of IT issues. I want you guys to see exactly what I have to deal with. And since I've been having to deal with this one too many times, I'm going to make sure that Twitter understands that their nasty IT antics, enough is enough. Their DevOps antics, enough is enough. And then I want Cox Cable to be sued because they were told what was going on for a number of years about the router tampering, router hacking, IT tampering, and the local provoking gaslight and whatnot. And my FedExes were involved in all this. And I'm tired of being irritated and aggravated and agitated by a wealthy white man whose father used to be the judge on one of my FedEx's cases. And I'm sick of him. I don't have any like towards him. You don't like me, I don't like you. Again, you're watching me try to get out of this. So I want you guys to see exactly what I'm having to do with. I want you guys to see exactly how far Ivy Tarak and her nasty crew over at Council C22 have been, because I was told they were doing it, and I also reported to Microsoft. So it's documented to Microsoft about Ivy Tarak and her nastiness, and she's the same one saying nobody was going to get fired at Cox Cable. And I cussed her butt clean out on the phone, and besides Emma. So I want you guys to understand how far Ivy Tarak is deep in this. A nasty narcissistic provoker and a gaslighter who's kissing Royce Rothschild's behind. I know I don't like him, because the Kardashian West are connected to them because of John David Allison, who's married to Nikki, DEA agent Allison's son. And see, they always like to provoke me and gaslight me closer to court dates. And that's the reason why I'm going to ask for Friday Kowski to be judicially disbarred, because she sat there and allowed my mom to provoke me in court, and I'm tired of it. And I'm tired of Escambia County and their nasty narcissistic antics every time I have to go to court. I'm tired of the low-key threats with my mom threatening DC Neff, because I will take her to court for her libel, slander, provoking gaslight, and threatening DC Neff to me, just like Tari Jakowski did to me. And Courtney Gallagher did that before I went into the courtroom. So not only am I ready to sue the brakes off the city and county, I'm tired of being irritated, aggravated by my own family. And seeing as though my earrings are missing, I'm not going to reorder them. They're going to show up just like they've done all this provoking gaslight many of years. I want you guys to understand the difference between libel, slander, and provoking gaslight, terrorism, emotional abuse, tormenting, gaslighting, bullying. And then on top of that, OBT&E's nastiness with the AC unit, and OBT&E who tampered my car. And then on top of that, Royce Rothschild who played in my face about pedals to the metal, and Michael Jackson overdose. And then also played in my face about marrying Suge Knight, who's my uncle. So I'm ready to go to court. I'm ready to go to war with this Rothschild asshole, because I don't like him. I can't stand him. Because I found out who was the judge on my FedEx's case and whatnot in New Orleans. And that was Mr. Rothschild. So I'm tired of this. Royce Rothschild's daddy is dead. So not only am I tired of being irritated, but these Kardashian West know John, and he worked for them. His daddy worked for them. So not only am I ready to go to war over this, I've had enough of being irritated by rich and wealthy who think they're above the law. And since this own network lady hired Carlos Ellie, who was dating Monica Toomer Allison, all about the tea, and Tosh Kibi and Monica Toomer Allison are interconnected to Nikki, the same issue is the same problem. Because Nicole Young's lawyer is Alan Bernstein. How did Monica Toomer Allison know about that? That's Nikki's lawyer, Nicki Minaj, the same girl that called my phone 13 years ago and I cussed her clean out. I want you guys to understand how this is all interconnected. And how these folks liable, slandered, provoked, and gaslit me, terrorized me, emotionally abused me, threatened to kill me, threatened to harm me, threatened to poison my water, threatened the police are on payroll, and threatened that they could have me killed, or they had agents on payroll. I want you to see how far they took this. Because, see, they always try to escalate a victim, provoke and gaslight, and call you crazy when you're telling the truth. So let's go and debunk all the craziness. Let's debunk all the lies, the libels, the slander, the harassment, the terrorism that they did to me, and then emotional abuse, tormenting, and gaslighting, and wealthy, well-connected billionaires, since this guy sat there and said this the white boy, and then the black and white boy, and the other ones who are interconnected to the same smut buckets who played all these nasty games with me on the internet. I don't care about being blackballed from the industry because I don't want to go industry. I don't like them. And not only that, because I got industry family who've tried me once too many times, and I do not like them, can't stand them. And I never want to be around them, and I don't want to work with them. And since they want to escalate and keep this up, I want you guys to understand why I'm ready to go to court, why I'm ready to sue my own family, why I will be suing the cable companies, why I will not be getting married, why I never want to be in a relationship. And if I was married, my husband gaslit me, I'd be divorcing him. And then I will be suing Tina Knowles because that's the same one, Tina Lawson, who's been playing Provoke and Gaslight games. And that was Agent Lawson that was down here, just like Agent Caitlin. They're DEA. I'm tired of being irritated by these folks. And not only that, it's because I've been provoked and gaslit one too many times. I've been irritated one too many times. And I've been upset one too many times. And they've crossed the line one too many times. They've messed up my lives one too many times. They have messed up my career one too many times. And they have set me up for failure one too many times. And yes, I am going to be suing the brakes off of several industries connected because I'm tired of all of you. So while I'm sitting up here stuck in this other live, I want you guys to see it. And they kept this up for days. I've been sitting in the bushes watching them keep this up. So that's why I want to make sure when I gathered everybody by their hairs, their baby hairs and everything else, that everybody who's industry who wanted to prank, provoke, and gaslight me, yes, I'm going to be suing you. Yes, I am going to be leaving this man. Yes, he is going to be by himself. And yes, I will be seeking a divorce if we're married because I'm not going to put up with this. I'm not going to put up with a narcissistic, pranking, provoking, gaslight, nasty, narcissistic, game playing jerk. And when I say I don't like being toyed with, when I say I don't like being irritated, when I say I don't like being gaslit, so Lee Daniels and his antics with Onika Tiny Mirage Petty, who had to deal with T.S. Madison, they can just ban it in federal court. I'm not joking about this because I'm tired. And since this man and this woman and several others do everything to get me out of character, OBT&E, who tampered my car, can explain that. Would that be Gemma's tea, or would that be tea drinking John David Allison? Because I'm tired of all y'all. Because when I say I don't like being irritated, it means I don't care if you're black or white. It means I don't care if you're a billionaire or millionaire. What right do you have to provoke and gaslight me, irritate me, agitate me, or set me up for failure, or keep on playing these nasty, narcissistic, IT tampering games when I trace it over to Liverpool? And then Kate and William were the same ones that were over there at HCI. So they can explain that with Stacey Murgaster and Carrie Peterson. And the ICF Foundation can also take and remove their licensure for coaching at the Health Coach Institute. Since everything was a joking game. Because the IG strings were also traced to Amazon. And since my Amazon Echo was being turned on, my Google Home app was being turned on, my Beats pill was being turned on, all these people can explain this in federal court, civil court, county court, criminal court, invasion of privacy, and domestic terrorism, emotional abuse, tormenting, and technology-facilitated abuse. So I'm going to make you guys to see the difference. So all these DevOps, IT nastiness, and provoke and gaslight, by the time I get through tearing Twitter up for their narcissistic departments, the gaslighting, the terrorism, the technology, DevOps, improper mishandling of my account, and keeping this nastiness up, I have a good case because I wanted to make sure it was rock solid. So now you guys understand what I'm dealing with, and I have to deal with technology abuse, provoke, and gaslight. So now you know what they tried to do. So now you see exactly what's going on. So now you understand that I'm not joking. That's the original Twitter space. So while they're around here playing these narcissistic, provoke, and gaslight games, all of them who kept this IT tampering up all the way to Rock Nation, which Daniel Hernandez, Takashi69 said they're the feds, good luck. They are. And I'm tired of them. So now you guys know that I'm not joking, and Jack Patrick Dorsey can explain his business deals with Jay-Z when he bought title from them. You can explain that in federal court. So let's reconnect to the original space. I told you I wasn't going to play games. You can see it for yourself. Oh, and the Wi-Fi's on so you guys can see it. So now you understand that I'm not joking about the signal tampering, provoke, and gaslight that SafeLink, TrackPhone, Network 10 has continued to do. So you guys can understand that I'm not joking about how far it's going to go in civil liability, lawsuit, publication lawsuits, and also technology facilitated abuses, and Cox Cable will be sued, and Ivy Truck worked over there, and California and Nevada. So not only am I going to sue the brakes off of her, I'm tired of her provoking gaslight. And Ranger T6 also told himself in 2017 that he knows how to IT tamper and provoke and gaslight. Because that's his MOS, just like John David Allison, Kenny Petty. Kenny Petty is a DEA agent. That's only Katanya Mirage Petty, the same girl that called my phone on Sprint, when we all were on Sprint with Jason Ryan Grasty, agent, DEA agent Grasty. Informant, Jason Ryan Grasty. The one that looks like Kwame Brown. So not only am I ready to go to court and go to war over this, I've had enough of this. And when you play these type of nasty games, you finally get the issue that you're looking for. Because as a life coach, wellness coach, business coach, and then Snooki Stackhouse wanted to talk about making false reports and whatnot, just like All About the Trees, who also did things on behalf of Tasha Transfer and Akibi, who did it because of antics and trying to be Nikki's little wingman, doing all these dirty work for Nikki. Nikki's a troll and a provoker, a wealthy, well-connected, nasty, narcissistic woman who's industry connected and a dirtbag. And Nikki is not going to be suing Jennifer Huff because her husband raped her. Let me explain to you guys everything. Because when I'm going to pull receipts, I'm going to make sure you guys understand exactly where it's coming from and who all needs to stand trial. Because when it comes down to telling lies on people, going to people's private records, medical records, school records, or orchestrating other people to do your dirty work, terrorizing, provoking, gaslighting, emotionally abusing, tormenting people, bullying people, y'all done it to me. Y'all did the same thing you did to Cardi B. The reason why I'm doing this is because I'm fed up with every YouTuber who sat around here and participated in Monica Toomer Allison, John Yates, and All About the T's antics and buffoonery. All of y'all need to be pulled off of there. And I'll be glad when YouTube does. Because just like I did the other day, and you all may join me in my space, I'm making sure that there's no issues and problems with technology. Because as you can see, there's a problem connecting. So SafeLink TrackPhone will be sued. City of Escambia will be sued. And Jennifer Pride-Jakowski will be disbarred for her making a false referral to DCNF. Just like Kenyatta Linda Archie next door, DEA agent Archie, this informant, Shane Archie's aunt. Lulu Tangi Archie's aunt. Terry Archie's aunt. Yes, I'm going to be asking for her to be moved. 30 days or less. Larry across the street, next door to Kenyatta Linda Archie. Yeah, I'm going to ask him to be moved. And Habitat for Humanity better have him moved out in 30 days. For all this provoking gaslight. Because both of them did the same thing. And she threatened to call DCNF on me. For no reason. Because just like some of you people who sat here on YouTube, and also found out my ex is one that made a false report to CPS. Yeah, I'm going to be suing you. Because your mother works for CPS. And your nasty, wealthy, well-connected wife is a lawyer, Marissa Vershel Grayson. Sunday Grayson is the cousin of Jennifer Huff. I wanted to make sure it's all connected. So you understand which provokers and gaslighters all need to be sued into oblivion. So when I see you guys on Choke No Jokes platform and you have my name in his platform, this same guy who talks all about Rock Nation and whatnot all the time, and y'all thought it was funny to do word salad. I caught him red-handed, his people, sitting in his chat playing Provoke and Gaslight games. I've caught them in Kwame Brown thing, doing Provoke and Gaslight games and cloning my account and using my name. So this is no joke. I'm tired of all of y'all. I want you guys to see what struggle I'm having with technology getting back into this. So now y'all understand exactly what these DevOps nastiness and provoke was. Oh, we got to reconnect to the space. I want you guys to see exactly how far that they've taken their DevOps, IT, provoke and gaslight, and the IT tampering and provoke and gaslight that Chris was doing in Texas. And yes, I'm going to be asking for his termination. Yes, I'm going to be asking for King Oz's termination firing. He was the same one that was provoking me and gaslighting me on my YouTube platform. Yeah, I'm making sure everybody understands how far it's going to go. Ronika. And oh, I forgot Pooh Black, who's the hog, who moved out there to Texas. So now you guys understand all the provoke and gaslight games. I want you guys to understand how far they've taken their nastiness and their narcissistic antics. And the reason why I'm making sure that you guys understand where this is all interlinked and interlooped. So you see how a victim has to tell you everything jumbled up all in one? So I'm going to go back and I'm going to improve my argument because I learned how to calm down. I learned how to improve my argument and outline everything. So when a police officer doesn't know how to listen, like Officer Agent Humphreys, who had a nasty narcissistic antics and whatnot, DE Agent Humphreys from 2012, Officer Clinton, Officer Barbosa, Mraz, Larson, Lawson, Burris, Harris, all those agents that were down here with the BS, all of them need to be fired and terminated, especially DEA Agent Caitlin, Burris, and Harris. Because once you cross the line of playing IT tampering, provoke, and gaslight, or you mess up cases because it interlinks to your nastiness, your narcissistic antics, your signal tampering, and you're tampering with cable companies, you're tampering with signals, and you're tampering with technology, then it goes into invasion of privacy. And I want all the smoke for the crap that y'all did. Because when Escambia County participates and plays these nasty games, and I end up being the pawn in your nasty narcissistic antics, yeah, I'm ready to sue you. Yeah, I'm ready to sue each one of you. Individually, criminally, and liable. And not only will I be suing my own family members, Andre and Marshall, who's not family, but his nasty daughters were up here with the BS. So is Curtis. Curtis has a house in Houston, Texas. And yes, I'm going to be asking for that house to be repossessed. And yes, I'm going to want Curtis, who came up here messing with my front door, brought up on federal charges and domestic terrorism charges, just like King and Linda Archie, Linwood, and Larry. Linwood is an FBI agent retired. He's the one who let me know about those DEA agents investigating Levant Bryant, Giselle Bryant's family member, Kobe Bryant's brother, who's ran out of Atlanta. Let's get into it. Because it's all fun and games until you guys start riding around here, terrorizing, provoking, and ruining people's lives. And you ruined my life for over a decade. Y'all played on the internet for over a decade, and I reported the issue. And since Marshall said I talk like a man and he was going to treat me like man, and when I told him on my other Twitter, STFU, I'm tweeting that everybody on YouTube was mentioning, just like Lyrica Seniors behind said she was going to get STFU on Love and Hip Slop Atlanta and Miami and LA. Let me explain something to you. Ray J's actually my cousin. Marion Suge Knight is his people. That's my uncle. And since Latasha Transfer and Akibi decided to go in federal records, they were doctored for morons like her and Nikki and Karen Civil. And since it's funny for John David Allison and Uzziah Freaky Zeke Z Allison to play IT tampering, provoke, and gaslight in 2012, 2013, I got dragged out of my house because of their terroristic antics and their IT tampering and their domestic terrorism. Yeah, I'm ready to go to war over it because it has ruined my life. You also involved CPS in my life. Several of you have provoked and gaslit me, just like King and Linda Archie for 8 years. Linwood and Larry for 8 years. Overlapping 10 years, overlapping 12 years, overlapping 15 years total of domestic terrorism, intimate partner violence because of Jason Ryan Grassi, John David Allison, Kenny Petty, and Nikki. And Brian Birdman Baby Williams, which is Officer Williams that was down here. FBI informant, confidential snitch, just like Kim Kardashian West. I'll go ahead and prove it to y'all since everything's a joke in a game. Because when I said I'm sick of y'all, and when I said I'm sick of being irritated and aggravated and agitated, it means when you go back and look at those lives that I proved everything about her being a government informant, because Damon Thomas is an FBI agent informant that snitched on Big Meech. And since everything is a joke to keep playing these nasty narcissistic games, and these DEA agents who are running around here snitching on people, living their best life, ruining lives, Miss Kardashian West and her family are involved in the 1994 cases, 1993 cases. Let's get into it. Let's get into all the provoke and gaslight games. Let's get into the technology abuses that Miss Thompson and June's antics out in Calabasas, California. I was told about it. So I don't have to make this up. Because I'm going to take y'all to church about playing with someone, playing on the internet, ruining lives. So let me pull up on these streets, on these internet streets. A lot of y'all have been around here making false reports and false reporting to YouTube. A lot of y'all sat up here plenty of times on Facebook made false reports. And I got in trouble for 10 years because of each one of you. Because you're covering up your involvement in DEA cases and being informants, confidential snitches. The same woman, Alice Johnson, is the same one that was being in my inbox on Facebook. This same woman with Medina on WeTV is Angela Gaines Grassi. The same one I told you about, which is Jason Ryan Grassi's cousin. Kenneth Gang Grassi's DEA granddaughter. I never lied about my neighbors gaslighting me, terrorizing me, provoking me. This man across the street is one that had gas cans, just like Linwood did, and so did the other lady next door to Levant Bryant, whose brother works at Pensacola Police Department. So I never lied about the provoking gaslight because Chanel Schuler called that day, and that's Nehemiah Johnson, DEA agent Hank Johnson's son. So not only am I ready to sue the brakes off of several people from high school, LaDarren Clarity's brother, Lynn Clarity, Shaughnessy Moss, Antonio 3D Cannon, who is Nick Cannon's family. Yes, I'm ready to go to court over it. So I want you guys to see exactly how far they took their IT tampering, provoke, and gaslight. But good thing for me is I always keep a device because I know how people like to do when they're being caught up in all their wrongdoing. Because we're sitting right here in the same one. I want you guys to see exactly how SafeLink track phone, DEA agent Perez and her nasty crew get down. So not only am I going to be suing SafeLink track phone, but they're on DC Enough Department of Children and Families. And yes, I will be suing for every year that I've been out of business. Yes, I'll be suing for every year of libel, slander, provoke, and gaslight, harassment, and then the DEA agents who are involved in all of this, including OG Juan Perez and his nasty wife, who is the CEO of Rock Nation. So Tekashi 6ix9ine, who was sleeping with Onika and having pillow talk and whatnot, they can explain that in federal court. And then on top of that, the Russian levels of antics and buffoonery. Let me show you all of this. Let me show you all of these provoke and gaslight games. Let me show you exactly what they've been doing on the streets. Let me show you what they've been doing on every platform. So you know that I'm not lying about this. Because when I've asked people to stop playing these disgusting troll games, Monica Toomer Allison and Tina Lawson have their bot farm. I was pulled into Periscope Twitter about it, and they were told on. Agents pulled me in the room and said Tina Lawson was responsible for that bot farm. Carlos Elliott is responsible for that bot farm. He's a DEA agent. He was sleeping with Monica Toomer Allison. He was the same one that was on my STFU I'm tweeting. He's the same one who made false reports. So did John David Allison, Kenny Petty. It's been confirmed who Kenny Petty is. He's in Arizona State Prison. His jaw was broken and reset. So yes, I'm ready to go to court. And they always do this provoke and gaslight stuff, especially when I have to go to court for my own daughter. Because Destiny Pope is the white girl that called my child niggers. Destiny Pope is the white girl who's sitting around here playing victim, and Escambia County protected her. Escambia High School Principal Murphy, who said he's anti-Zoom, and I said I'm anti-corruption and collusion and bullshit. They had President Donald Trump in Pensacola, Florida multiple times. They surely did. With Dinesh Souza, I got gas alive in my house, May 15th, 14-15. I ended up in the hospital behind this nasty, white, wealthy, well-connected goon because he's connected to the Kardashian West. And Agent Humphreys is the ex-husband of Kim Kardashian West. DEA informant, Kardashian West family, Kanye's family. I don't hate Kanye, I just hate his wife. John worked with them. He confirmed that. He also worked for DEA ATF agent Tip Harris, Clifford Harris, Zonique Pullen's stepdad, Tamika Diane Cottle Harris. Everything's fun and games until somebody tells the truth. Everything's fun and games and terroristic games until somebody has enough proof to bury you alive with it. But when you cross the line and threatening my life, threatening to poison my water, threatening to put child pornography on a computer, and the FBI had to come down here and say that y'all can't do that, then I'm making sure that it's rock solid. And since people were telling me the feds were watching me, good. I'm glad they are. Because the federal agent's son was down here and said, I'll tell the director what's going on. They can't do that. We can track it to know if they did it. So Lee Daniels and his antics and buffoonery, Funky Dineva Ross, Quentin Latham, where the rich cars, where the Honda cars be at, where do you like to play between their legs, between their butt, down to the rich cars, down to the bar in Miami, where Jeremy Allison, Carisha Young's baby daddy, was playing these IT antics. Kimberly Allison, Copeland, Kenneth Petty, Kenneth Avery, what's all of his name? Kenneth Farmer, Kenneth Reed, Jay Reed, Joe Nathan, Joe Farmer, Joe Copeland, Kenneth Petty, Kenneth Farmer, Joe Nathan, Joe Reed, Jay Avery, John Avery, Kenneth Farmer, John Copeland, John Petty. It's the same person. His father is DEA agent Freaky Z Allison, BMF DEA agent. My family's not BMF. My baby daddy got arrested in 1991 and 93. Jason Ryan Grassley has the same charges, 1991 and 93. So you do the math. Jason's alias is Henry. He sat there in my house and called himself Henry. Oh, really? So you're Henry that's on those DEA cases where you testified and was a snitch. So Kenneth Gaines Grassley's son, Jason Ryan Grassley, is a DEA informant and an FBI informant, confidential snitch. And see, when I had to put things together and figure this out, it matched up to all these different situations that I got dragged into because I have a moron baby daddy who made decisions back in 1991 and 1993. What's rattling is this gum. And when you threaten me, or as you say you're waiting with bated breath, so does it mean it's bait in my gum? Or are you talking about the juice that y'all like to play about? Toilet bowl water juice? All the psychotic things that y'all did to me? Or revenge is best served cold? Oh, you mean all the psychotic things that people were playing with my groceries or playing in my house and do all those disgusting things like Funky Dineva was talking about pea milk? Let me find out that my ex was getting in my house peeing in my milk. Something's not right with the milk. Okay, then let it be tested at a laboratory. Because when you play these type of psychotic games, you go in someone's house messing with their front door. You play these psychiatric abusive games. You cross the line and mess up somebody's business model. You turn around and play all these narcissistic, psychotic, emotionally abusive, out of order, crossing the line games. Then it's no longer liable slander. I've proved my case. Just like Cardi B proved about Tasha Transrena-Kibi, who is Nicki's homegirl. Lipstick Alley has proved that Nicki and Tasha are friends. Whack Tea blog. Oh, I forgot. Whack Tea blog. Oh, I forgot. Black Tea blog. Millie Milagro Milligrams, which is Solange Knowles in witness protection, at a nose revision, her titties done. She was at TSU. John went to Texas State University before he went to New York again. So yeah, I am pissed off. I don't want that man. I don't love him. I don't like him. But what he's not going to do is go to industry, become a manager of a nasty narcissistic rapper who called my phone years ago and used the line Friday the 13th, guess who's playing Jason. Yeah. Who also sat there and played in my records about BET. Deborah Lee is my aunt. So what? But since Tasha Transrena-Kibi had Toxic Diamond going in records that were falsified for a reason because we were adopted twice, I was allowed to know this because I was briefed in a room in 2016, 2017 at my job. Agents were there. I wasn't allowed to say anything. So I've known for a while who's all been in on these IT tamperings, provoking and gaslighting and terrorizing me and playing these nasty games because you did it at my job. So the lady from Spain is an agent. She speaks fluent Portuguese. The other guy that had the Farnsworth Bentley tie is another agent. So while you're around there playing IT games and turning on my phone at work, agents watched you do it. Also, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the Florida Bureau of Investigation and Alabama Bureau of Investigation also investigated me because of you morons. Because you were ID thefting and taking sales and tax use license, and you were taking EINs out of my house unlawfully, illegally. And I haven't seen one dime of that money. And since Jason Ryan Grasty and John David Allison went to the OWN network, they can explain that in federal court, because the OWN network lady needs to sue the brakes off all of y'all. And since people say I look like Oprah Winfrey, that's nor here nor there. There's some distant relation. I don't care, because people teased me when I was 10 years old about looking like her. So what? I consider it an honor. But what I'm not going to do is be dragged into a bunch of out of order, out of line, provoking gaslighting, misery, and misery-inducing, misery-causing BS because of people covering up my adoption and my sister's adoption. We're blood sisters. And when Nikki can go to Chicago and order hits on people's lives because she's trying to protect her nasty, disgusting, despicable husband and did anything to protect her man, and he's a pathological liar. But I'm going to tell you where I saw the actual video of Kenny Petty's house that he was in, that he raped Jennifer Huff. I saw it on Goddess TV. The same house that John showed me the picture that he stayed at. That's the house Tina Lawson owns. They moved from 1995 down to 1996. Uzziah Freaky Zeke Z. Allison, BMF DEA agent, became Hank Johnson's friend in 1996, 97. That's Nehemiah Johnson's daddy. The other ex of mine from high school, Lynn Clarity and Antonio 3D Cannon's homeboys, John David Allison's football mates. Yeah, I'm going in about it. Because y'all seemingly like to provoke, gaslight, irritate, agitate, and emotionally abuse and terrorize people because you did things wrong and you terrorized people's families and you broke people's families, you exploited people's families, and you play these nasty games until it became evident that I was telling the truth. Then you're pissed off because I got paperwork. I got it from the Florida Bureau of Investigation, and I got it from the FBI and Department of Justice, just like Jennifer Huff did. Because she's the second victim. I'm the first victim. So Tasha Trent-Rinikibi, who sat there and said the victim's white, yeah, I'm half white and half black. Jennifer Huff is half white and half black. Get your story straight, Tasha Trent-Rinikibi. Because you're interconnected to Robert Sylvester Kelly's cases, which you tried to mess up. You and Monica Toomer Allison blackmailed Clifford Harris and Tamika Diane Cottle Harris. You had their receipts, and then you turned around and got rid of them. You and Karen Civil are also involved with Nikki. Uzziah Zeke Allison is the one who sat there and hacked my websites. It was confirmed by HostGator and 101 Ionos. And yes, I'm going to sue you. And 101 Ionos will be sued for improper business practice, provoking gaslight. Because Jada Pinkett Smith was in my meeting with Gary Peterson. That's the Kardashian West homegirl. Tupac's ex. I want y'all to listen to the Outlaw song about Petty Sour. I'll play it for you, but the thing is, I'm not going to get copyright strike. So Petty is John. Because John sat there in my face and played my face about Tupac multiple times. He surely did. That's a family member. And yes, I'm ready to sue the shit out of y'all. Because Uzziah Zeke Allison and his stupid son are involved in those same cases as Alula Mae Archie, Latangi Archie, and Shane Archie, Russell Archie, Spanky Archie, Ronika's boyfriend, Chris's homegirl in Texas. Yeah, I'm sick of this. You all went too far with your answers to provoke and gaslight, and then you played in my face and dragged me in a bunch of crap I didn't want to be involved in. But since all of y'all like playing stupid games, then you want stupid prizes. So John David Allison, Uzziah Zeke Allison went to the OWN network. So I suspect that was all because of Michelle Cook, Nicholas Cook's sister. The same one who's involved in a lot of stuff. That Monica Toomer Allison, all about the tea. John Yates' homegirl. Yeah, I'm talking about John Yates because he's a closet racist. He's the same one who Barbara Yates, his police officer wife, was involved in these cases in 2012. John Yates doxed Monica. So big ups to John Yates for doxing Monica. He should have. Because she's the reason for a lot of this. Because of her ignorant, stupid son. I want you guys to see all of this. Hello? Making sure you guys can hear me. Let me go in here and make sure it's not going to be any more IT tampering, because Cox Cable is going to be sued. So is AT&T, because I addressed these issues at both companies. And both of them will be sued because they were told what was going on and they did nothing about it. And since this wealthy, well-connected goon said he has DEA, he has FBI, he's got agents on payroll that can have me murdered and killed, that we could talk about in federal court, civil court, county court, criminal court. And then the intimate partner violence, provoke gaslight pranks, and all this kind of stuff. And the Liverpool antics they can explain at federal court, Interpol, and international court. Let me see. Hello? Just a moment. Testing. I'm gonna make sure you guys can hear me, because it's always an issue. Just a moment. Let's go back in. Let's see on this side, because we're having a lot of Twitter problems and issues and signal tampering. The only people who are mad is B, who actually runs the internet, and it was confirmed. And I'm tired of her. And Miss Carter Knowles needs to be brought up on charges because I'm tired of their antics. And Gianna Avery Allison, Star Love on YouTube, needs to be brought up on charges too, because I'm tired of him using his daughter to play these nasty games, and that's Gianna's aunt, Michelle Cook's her sister, and I'm tired of these antics. And I want to make sure Sean Allen Whitfield understands that I cannot stand you, and I want you brought up on charges because you used to work for Beyonce Giselle Knowles Carter. I saw the picture on Toke No Jokes thing, and I saw you in the background, and I want you to stay away from me, and don't you ever speak to me again. Can you guys hear me? Okay, cool. So we got a little echo here. I want you guys to understand why I'm doing this, to make sure that I don't have any more issues with IT, because I've had a lot of IT antics and I'm fed up with it. And once my life got put in danger one too many times, and I've been provoked one too many times on the internet, I'm making sure I prove my case. So as you can see, that's Russian. The first one. I want you guys to understand that the Russian troll farm, bot farm, I'm sick of. Monica also has the same type of bot farm, troll farm, and I was pulled into Periscope Twitter about these antics, because there were agents that were in there and they said Monica Toomer Allison is responsible for these troll farms and bot farms. Tina Lawson is responsible. Tina Lawson is the mother-in-law to Beyonce Giselle Knowles Carter, who is the wife of Jay-Z Carter, who is Gianna Avery Allison's uncle. I don't hate Jay-Z, I just don't like John. And since this is all surrounding Petty, Petty is John. So I want you guys to understand the clear connections here. Because when I made it abundantly clear, leave me alone, stop playing stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes, I meant that. And since people like getting in my house, playing with my earrings, stealing my stuff, provoking me, gaslighting me, I waited multiple days for my earrings to show back up because I had them in my house. And yes, I am going to shoot the brakes off the law enforcement department, police department. I was told that was getting in my house, provoking and gaslighting me. Because each one of those unethical officers, Humphreys, Caitlin, Officer Clinton, Barbosa, Mraz, Larson, Lawson, Agent Burris, Agent Harris, Agent Caitlin, all need to be fired, terminated. They are all DEA or levels of higher up agents. And since Ivy Turok wanted to play these nasty reindeer games protecting Roy Z. Rothschild playing in my face, he's the one who messed with me about Suge Knight. Marion Suge Knight is actually my uncle. And Andre and Suge are half brothers. We share the same grandparent. Because Celia Cruz is my great grandmother. That's Tupac's grandmother, Marion Suge Knight's grandmother, and Andre Young's grandmother. And I'm not going through this shit anymore. And when I've been irritated and provoked and gaslit one too many times, and Apple confirmed about the IT tampering, oh, can't get a hold of HR about web browser. Oh, you mean what they pulled from Sheether because Remy Ma was telling the truth? So Remy Ma owed her apology, first of all. And Onika Petty needs to actually tell the truth or get fired. Because when you play stupid games and you call people's phones and you know Jason and Jonathan, the same ones who were involved in those DEA cases from 91, 93, and their parents are involved from 1986 all the way going forward to 1991, 92, 93, and each one of you nasty narcissistic jerks decide to play these nasty games and drag me in your BS, then I have every right to address it. Because I want to teach you guys a lesson about libel, slander, harassment, terrorism, domestic abuse, emotional abuse, and affecting children like you affected mine. So I want to make sure that we have it clear, so nobody can get this twisted. Because when Ms. Twist from Social Security Disability approved Social Security Disability, it was improper diagnosis. And yes, I am going to sue the brakes off of Baptist Hospital. Yes, I am going to sue the brakes off of Escambia County. And yes, I am going to sue the brakes off them because it was confirmed. It was because several people wanted to cover up their wrongdoing. I got misdiagnosed and misdocumented. And yes, it's a political abuse of psychiatry, psychology, because that same person is involved in the paperwork. Trafficking 2 kids, me and my sister. And yes, I am ready to go to war over it. And yes, I am ready to sue my own family. And no, I don't want anything to do with them. Because the 2 deadbeat parents who decided this was a good idea, you affected my life for the last 30 years. You've inadvertently affected my life because you're a bunch of morons, first of all, and you 2 deadbeats are irresponsible. But I'm finding out my father's provoking me and gaslighting me to tell the truth. So shouts out to my dad. At least you're trying to get things out there and clear what's going on. So I want to make sure that my father is exonerated from this situation. Only but this IT tampering, provoking gaslight, I am pissed off with you. I don't like you. I'll never respect you. I'll never forgive you. Because all this went too far. But when a white man gets on here, or a mixed white and black man gets on here and says he can have me killed, he can have me touched, or you got bodies and shit like that, or you can get away with harming me, then it went too fucking far. But when I'm being seen as hostile and angry for no apparent reason, when I have every right to be hostile and angry. So, and YouTube's rules and bylaws about this, just as they have them now on Twitter after I had to come to Jesus with their nasty asses about this, about unlawful invasion of privacy, domestic terrorism, emotional abuse, tormenting, gaslighting, bullying, harassment, libel, slander, the things that they did on that platform, and I addressed it since 2015. I addressed this in 2015 to Facebook Meta. So now they're finding all kinds of reasons to be petty as all get out. Just like Facebook just dinged me about some ebooks, but I have physical books. So it actually is supposed to be approved on the commerce thing. But Facebook is one nasty platform. So is Twitter. Because both of you were responsible when I told you what was going on and you did nothing. In fact, y'all dinged me and went out your way to lock me out of my account. Especially May 14th. When I was gaslighted in my house like a Holocaust Jew. Which I have Jewish white elite blood in my body. I don't have a problem with white Jews. There are black Jews as well. I happen to be one of them. I just don't practice Judaism unless I married someone Jewish. Whether white or black. But what I'm not going to do is be provoked and gaslit. What I'm not going to do is be embarrassed and humiliated on multiple platforms, emotionally abused and tormented because some of you are bullies and domestic terrorism and organized domestic terrorism, creating hostility, confusion on the internet is in those rules. And that's what you all did to me, including Ivy Tarok. And I'm going to explain how Ivy Tarok is in the middle of this. This is the same woman who sat there and played in my face multiple times. Asked me questions, asked me my personal business. 2017. It's not a white or black thing. Then she says, oh, don't get another phone. But I did just the opposite. Because I want to prove my case about the phone in 2013 that was tampered with. And the screen go back and forth. And I know that screens can be done like that. And the terroristic crap they did in the IT tampering that Apple and Google confirmed. Just like the cookies were done back then when they had, what was it? The algorithm was on cookie, not Panda. And they've since been gone from that to the new algorithm. And it was confirmed in federal court cases about the hacks and whatnot in 2013. So everything I said was true. The feds have been doing investigations because they realize there's more IT technology abuse and technology used as a disinformation channel. Go look on departmentofjustice.gov. Go look at the FBI.gov. Go look at the NSA.gov. It's all out there for you. Y'all should believe in your government instead of believing these liars, provokers, and gaslighters who've done all this domestic terroristic crap. You should trust that sometimes it's not on our time, it's on the government's time. And in order for them to have an open and shut case and slam dunk the case and have a 98.5% rate of conviction, they do a lot of investigation. And it takes years There are multiple RICO cases overlapping right now. And I want to teach you all a lesson about lying on people, slandering people, provoking people to have to defend themselves like I did on YouTube, like I did on Facebook, like I did on Twitter, like I did on Twitch, like I did on Clubhouse. Because as much as I'll drag Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, all that, I'll also big up them because they still allowed me to start over. Yeah, I am pissed off with them because they were told what's going on. But give me just a second, guys. Let me turn on the light. Because it's better to turn on the light than curse the dark and trust the process. All right. And let me explain something to you all. When you damage somebody's business or their business platforms that they use, and you make fake reviews, and I got 157 fake reviews across my platform, that's why they're hidden on Facebook. I'm going to let it be open for you guys to see all the fake reviews, all the false reviews, and all the lies that they did. And you'll look at the date and time and how far they went with it. I want you to understand about domestic terrorism, domestic abuse, emotional abuse, tormenting, gaslighting, bullying, and the damages to my business. Because I'm going to outline it in the Cardi B case. I want to take an hour to talk about personal. Because we're going to move it off these DEA informants and snitches and rats and nasty provoking bullies. And we're going to put it into context here. How Royce Rothschild and I don't know each other beyond 2017, 2018. How I blamed him for a lot of things because I didn't know him. And how it ruined us being able to have a decent friendship because John had his musty ass over there. Nikki had her musty ass in his face. But their homeboy is Royce Rothschild's homeboy. The same one that knows Ariana Grande and Nikki. So politely, recently told Royce Rothschild, you need to watch your circle because some people aren't your friend. I politely did that, even though we fell out. Because one thing about me, I don't have to be up under you. I don't have to be your friend to be a decent person and actually dig you out of your own shit. And I did. Because when you look at timelines and you look at all these interlinks and these people, the same problematic people are part of every situation. So I've been sitting in the bushes for a couple of days. Sure have. I've been sitting in the bushes and watching a dumpster fire food show. Chigani, I think. And sitting up there thinking to myself, wow, y'all are crap and fell in it. And it's no laughing matter. Because the same people who've kept up this mess and BS are now turning on each other. I guess so. Because this Cardi B case, and let's get into the actual content itself so that we can set the precedents here and turn this around. Okay? We all have a level of understanding, online, offline, things we say, repeat, and do, even if it's in jest or at somebody's expense. That's fine in jest. But when it's done out of malice and it becomes a game of how far this is damaging, how far this is too far, and where does this freedom of speech lay within the subject matter? Let's talk about and take into account self-discipline and mastery and learning to become bulletproof, motivated to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when you've done entirely too much. Or take accountability for your actions or the harm that you create and cause. I don't care if you're famous or non-famous. I don't care if you're industry or non-industry. But let's call it what it is. I don't care if you're a billionaire or non-billionaire. I don't care if you're a $2 hoe. What you don't do is affect people's life and livelihood. And here's where we're going to get into it. I want you guys to understand why I set the foreground of all this. I'm making sure it's public across all platforms. Went on an hour, 7 minutes, and 54 seconds. But I want you guys to understand why I'm doing this. Because when you create this much damage in someone's business, finances, economic, and you do this every time I have to go to court, or you play all these narcissistic, nasty, provoking, gaslighting games, and I'm finding out the same people are interconnected, the same nasty pick-me, same bed wench, the same nasty provoker and gaslighter, or the same wealthy, well-connected who think they're above the law, and you have the nerve to tell me, oh, I can have you killed, I can have you murdered, I can poison your water supply, I can have sex with your child underage, oh, I can have you locked up, or I can have you detained, I can have you misdiagnosed again, all the shit that they did. But you literally told on yourself on social media. You literally terrorized the hell out of me for 10 years. You domestically, emotionally abused me, tormented me, technology abuse, invaded my privacy, unlawful wiretap, and is confirmed by Apple and Google. What the hell you did? Then you have the nerve to have the audacity to threaten my life and get mad because I no longer want to be friends with you. Or I no longer want to have acquaintanceship with you. Or I no longer want to be around you. Make it make sense where you're a victim. Just really. Because I want you guys to understand this in this Twitter space, Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram. I want you guys to understand the ramifications of libel, slander, bot and troll farms, invasion of privacy, harassment, terrorism, bullying. I want you to see where all this is at. So can't nobody act like this is an accident, because I got it everywhere. That's why I started streaming, because I'm sick of y'all. And y'all have kept this up one too many times and provoked me one too many times. And then when the guy sits up there and says law enforcement's laughing at you, where's the laughing matter? With law enforcement not doing anything, getting off their ass and letting this man keep this shit up. Where's it funny for a law enforcement officer to have been told what was going on in 2012, 2013? Where's it funny for them to provoke me, harass me, and tell me they could have me killed? Or have Officer 187 driving by my goddamn house? When everybody knows what 187 means. Or April McWilliams can come to my house with my stuff and throw it on the ground. Or they're around here baking onions in my food, provoking and gaslighting me. Or effing up my food orders, high drink and eat. Do I need to go how far these folks provoked and gaslit me all over the city and county? Trying to get me to act up when I do business with certain places and eateries? Or do we need to talk about baking onions in my cookies? Or do we need to talk about playing with my Taco Bell like high drink and eat did? Or talking about dropping my food on the floor like they did at Wing Zone? Now you know why I don't order out. What's funny about that? If somebody did that to you multiple times, Atlanta and Florida. What's funny about locking doors and putting things in people's food? What's funny about terrorizing someone the way this man did? Then I'm finding out my FedExes were a part of all that, and the DEA was in the top floor, and the FBI was on the third floor of the Norcross Inn and Suites. Why don't y'all go and figure that out? I didn't call them. But y'all around here turning off internet on and off. But I had AT&T at that time instead of Cox Cable. So there is no discrepancy about these IT provoke and gaslight games. Sadir Hari is the one who ran up my credit card at Navy Federal. And yes, I'm going to sue the brakes off of you. And when Navy Federal tells me it's a B-Best Bank, Donald John Trump Bank, Deutsche Bank investigations, they literally told me. But this same fat, lard, treasonous, out of order, bad body president has butt down here. He has butt in Atlanta, has butt in Texas, has butt in Orlando around family. So you make it make sense exactly how far this went. But yet this man was able to sit there, spew lies, disinformation all over every platform. But my butt got dinged every 5 minutes for little responding, protecting my brand, my business. But these same interlinked people are connected to Kardashian West crew. Do y'all know that the FBI is doing an investigation on them while Color Pop Cosmetics is on pause? Because they're interconnections to Donald John Trump. Now you guys run tell that. Now what's good? Because one thing I'm not scared of is Vladimir Putin. And what I'm not scared of is to die. Because when people get on there and say there's Russian bounties on my head, you can guarantee I'm pissed off. And Sasha Banks' dumbass that came down here and called me Miss Petty. That's Nikki Petty's homegirl. I went to high school with Jimmy and Jay Oos and Joseph Salafatu. The Fatu twins are my classmates. Joseph is my classmate. Roman Reigns. And when McMahon's son is a police officer who came down here with the fuck shit, let me show you guys this card again. Who moved from 242 to 184 and brought Carissa Morales, the same officer who came to my house after I got gas alive in my house. I want Carissa Morales fired. I don't care what police department she's at. You better find her and fire her. Because when OBT&E are the same one who tampered my car and it's been confirmed by the feds, they can explain that in federal court. You didn't tamper just one car. You tampered 2 cars. I want DEA agent Carlos Ellie in a prison jail where he needs to be at. That's Monica's boyfriend. Monica who owes Essie Carter. That's Jay-Z. I don't hate Jay-Z, but I do not like his wife and her dirty ass sister. The same one who drive over my house. And Tasha sat there and doxed my YouTube. They got my address. Matthew drove by my house in a gold car, a long body Lincoln car. I don't forget it. So Agent Lawson and her ex-husband need to stand trial. And their ignorant ass daughter, Gianna's aunt. And the police officer at 711 North Hayes Street need to be fired. Agent Burris, number 51. Agent Harris, Jason Mraz, Jason Grasty, John Rogers, Kimberly Grasty Rogers, Adrian Kim Grasty Rogers Wells, piece of shit husband. Agent Humphreys. You mean Christopher Humphreys? You mean Officer Brian Williams? Agent McCreary? Yeah, I got time today. Because y'all did it for years. Y'all terrorized me for years. Protecting a foul, out of order, provoking DEA agents, nasty behind son. Because he's connected to industries. He's nothing but a liability and a liar, a rapist, a pedophile, and a provoker. And a bully. And the reason why I'm doing this today is because I compare what I went through to modern day slavery. Emotional abuse, tormenting, gaslighting, and domestic terrorism, intimate partner violence, EPV, extreme psychological violence, and then having the nerve to threaten me. Having me punitive, misdiagnosed, and I'm only autistic high functioning. The reason why I'm doing this is because I'm freeing myself from the situation. And each and every last one of you despicable people operating in bad faith ought to be fired. I don't care if you're a DEA. I don't care if you're FBI. I don't care if you're a CIA agent. What right did you have? Because you made agencies look bad, especially if your butt was involved. I'm not saying federal agents are involved, but what I'm saying, the folks who are at the lower level, like Jason, who's no longer an agent, Jonathan, who's nothing but an informant to his dad, who is an agent, then you need to be going to jail. You don't hide behind agency and use people who are compromised to do your dirty work. That's why I'm addressing it. Because when you tell me you got FBI, DEA, CIA on payroll and on deck that you can have me murdered and have me killed, I dare you. Because my records are held at the CIA level because of what's in them. I'm not CIA. I'm not FBI, and I'm not DEA. I'm not a confidential snitch, and I'm not a confidential informant. I'm just a mother. Sick of y'all shit. And when I said I'm not scared of Vladimir Putin, I'd go over there my damn self and take his butt where he needs to go, in the dirt. So when somebody gets on my live and tells me, oh, the Russians have a bounty on your head, then you can explain William Roberts going over there to Crimea and getting a hit ordered. Oh, you mean the Kardashians' DEA homeboy? Department of Corrections, William Roberts? Oh, you mean Rick Ross? Oops. Because I know the real freeway, Rick Ross. We've talked to each other before. So William Roberts, who stole his identity, needs to be sued. Says everything's a joke. And since everything's a laughing matter, I'll go even further. Nino Brown 305 is Dooney Bob. The same one was signed to DJ Khaled platform, We the Best. So it's this wild thought, isn't it? Because everything's a joke until you all get found out for what kind of shitbag ass antics you did. Provoking you did. Because I don't hate Dooney. He's all right. But what you're not going to do is play in my face, play in my records, play all kind of disgusting, despicable, cross-the-line games, and then holler victim. Because none of you are victims. I am. And I still don't try to act like a victim. Because people say, why are you acting like a victim? Because I am. But then I decided to improve my argument. I decided to have self-discipline and mastery and sat there and watched you all terrorize me for 2 years. And so did federal agents. They sat there and watched all y'all. The police watched y'all for 2 years. They pulled me in the room in Periscope and told me, shh, don't say anything. I didn't. So I let you guys keep going. Because one thing about it, I'm not going to question the integrity of the FBI. I'm not going to question the integrity of the CIA. I'm not going to question the integrity of any type of person at the highest level of lay of land and law. I'm not going to question the government. Because they're the ones who did the intel. They're the ones who saved my life. They're the ones who sent me the paperwork to protect myself. And Carlos Ellie got my house and rearranged it so I couldn't fill it out. And the other losers. So Brittany Zachary Davis, Roger Davis' sister, you can explain at federal court why you gave me a false credit card. Oh, and I forgot. Square didn't have the algorithm and their API set back right. So when you gave me that fraud credit card that you take things back all the time on American Express, you can explain that in federal court. So Uchi Coochie Gucci, your brother, can explain that in federal court. Because I'm tired of all y'all. Y'all can explain all of your antics provoking gaslight in Atlanta, Georgia. Because Brittany, I found out that you were an agent. Because the building you came out of was the actual CIA building, dumbass. And you told on yourself. So hopefully you'll be getting kicked out. And hopefully you lose the rest of your kids. And I don't care. Because you deserve every bit of what you're going to get. For provoking and gaslighting and playing games in my damn face. You and Tanya Baker. And hopefully she'll be Baker acted here soon. After she gives me my $2,000 for the business and stuff that I built for her. And hosting her business. And you're going to run me $1,000 for building the website. And you're going to run me another $1,000 for hosting it for a full year. And you're going to, and that's less $60. Mm-hmm. You're going to pay me for every day that y'all provoked and gaslit and played in my face. And the feds were in the third floor. It was confirmed because the white woman told me. Shh, tell anybody. I didn't. Charles White, the guy next door, is the feds. He knows Tip and Tiny and confirmed it. Because I asked him, I said, do you know Tip and Tiny? He said, yeah. So by the time I get through tearing y'all's asses up in federal court, civil court, county court, criminal court, I slammed up my case more than one too many times. And then you guys need to understand that I'm not going to be sued for libel slander. It's telling the truth about you raggedy assholes. I just never said anything. And then y'all want to sit there and make false YouTube reports. So I want YouTube to go through every one of those false reports you did on me. And then I want every last one of these YouTubers who made false reports pulled off of there. Including Monica Toomer Allison, all about the tea. Cups of Conversation, AT2, Mail the Lipstick Diva. I want several of you problematic assholes who sat there and played all those provoking gaslight games. I want you off of YouTube. Because y'all did the most. On behalf of a nasty avatar. She's a federal informant's wife. And the feds have been looking for her because she's been scamming her own husband. Oops. And when this nasty woman works for Department of Children and Families, Florida Department of Children and Families can explain at Virginia Department of Children and Families where she worked at, besides the military installation at the defects office, the Defense Finance and Accounting Office, how she got a lot of people's information unlawfully, illegally, just like she did with her tax company and was getting people's tax records, and she has family that works over there at the IRS, then Monica Toomer Allison, all about the tea, can explain that in federal court, and Tasha Turner Kibi, who told on herself in federal court, and the Treasury Department who sat there and is watching her. I won't be surprised if they walk her out in handcuffs after the case is done with Cardi B, because she deserves to go to jail. Because when you send Toxic Diamond to go into my records, and then she's playing about Marion, and then I dragged Toxic on Twitter about it, sure did, those audios and whatnot that Twitter has locked down. Because here's one thing about Twitter I like. When they take your account and disable it, all that's still there. You can't do shit with it. So each one of you toxic, nasty assholes who told lies, all your reports are locked in there. So it proves that you miserable asshats who told lies on me, every last one of those false reports is locked into that account. So Twitter can't get rid of it because the feds were watching everything and they were asked not to delete it. So it means it's forever archived that you morons did this. And the only reason why some of y'all are pissed off is because Twitter actually protected me. Facebook protected me in certain ways because they know I'm telling the truth. And it solidifies a bigger case because it's bigger than me. That's why I'm not seeking justice, because I know it's bigger than me. Because like somebody told me in my house, Breonna Taylor will get more justice before you do. Breonna Taylor's dead. She looks just like the girl that's supposed to be Jay-Z's daughter from Maryland, like the son that's supposed to be from Maryland or Philly. I'm tired of this because I don't have nothing to do with that. I don't go by hearsay. So they might not be his kids. But what I'm not going to do is end up dead, missing, or poisoned, like it was threatened. And what I'm not going to be told is that I got agents on payroll that can have you murdered. I got police officer on payroll that can have you killed. Oh, I can put child pornography on your computer. I can set you up. I can have you committed to a mental health facility. I've done it before. Oh, really? Good to know. Glad to know that you told on yourself, you jerk. So let me politely sue your ass in the facility. Let me sue Chris for his IT tampering. That would be Brittany's Chris, not the other Chris in Texas. So Brittany's Chris, who's Juice WRLD, who died, is actually an agent. He died from an overdose. Oops. So by the time I tear y'all's asses up for all the shit you did to me, that's one part of it. Let's go on to the next part. I want to make this good. Because I don't like to cuss and fuss because it's unprofessional. And I hate it. And I have resorted to that when I'm angry and upset. But I'm calmly trying to keep the majesty of calm and be graceful. But it's hard to do. But when something is done out of malice and it becomes a game of how far this is damaging, how far it's libelous, how far it's slanderous, how far it's too far, and where does the freedom of speech lay within the subject matter? Good question. When we have to learn to become bulletproof motivated, whether you're famous or non-famous, whether you're industry or non-industry, once you take your BS to the industry and then you create and cause problems within the industry, then I got a problem with it because it's got industry family. And when you affect the safety of my industry family and non-industry family, and you have people around here threatening, I can murder your mom, I can murder your daughter, I can have sex with her underage, I can have you killed, that's a little too goddamn far. In fact, it's way past too damn far. It's at the point of criminal, terroristic threats, and disgusting, despicable, crossing the line threats. Because I don't support no goddamn child trafficking, child pornography, or any type of level of sexual innuendo about a child. I'll be down. I don't care about porn. You can watch it all day, every day. You can like big dicks, small dicks, all kinds of stuff. But what you're not going to do is play with children. Not on my damn watch. And you're not going to play with mine directly. Or indirectly terrorize me and tell me, I'm going to tell you again to apologize. Apologize about what? Because John was in my house and said the same thing. Apologize for you pushing me against the wall after you called my daughter a bitch? Or you forcing sex or doing things that I didn't want you to do to me? Just like Jason did, I can't feel my space, get off me, I can't breathe. So does that make it abundantly clear? Or does it make it abundantly clear about you taking photographs of Michelle, your ex-wife, and Rachel, your ex-wife, the same way when they're in the bathroom showering, or taking a shit on the toilet, or tying them up, or doing fucked up things? Let's get into it. Because you did it to me. Nobody's lying on you at all. And your nasty, narcissistic, wealthy, well-connected brat or wife that you know all her dirty secrets, and you got to be Kenny Petty, just like the Tupac song, Petty Sour. My family member saved my life. Posthumous. So I'm returning the favor and making sure several people get nailed to the cross for all the shit you did. Because when it's done, when you've done, and when we know that we've done entirely too much, and you need to take accountability for our actions, then some of you who've tried to duck and dodge accountability because of who you're related to, John, you're related to Beyonce, Giselle Knowles Carter. So what? Who the fuck is she supposed to be? They say Beyonce runs the internet. Not no goddamn more. Because the feds took those privileges. I was told so. So Gianna Avery Allison, Star Love on YouTube, you give but you can't take love, she can go to hell. Gianna Avery Allison will be charged as an adult. And don't you ever have your musty ass daughter getting on my shit, talking about, oh, the Carters are going to sue you for what? Do it. So it can be a discovery. Onika Petty, you think you're going to sue me? Do it. It'll be a discovery. Tasha Transrini Kibi, you have a choice. You either testify against Nikki or take your ass to jail. I dare you. Because Toxic Diamond already threw you underneath the bus because she ain't trying to go to jail. Several YouTubers threw each one of you underneath the bus because they ain't trying to go to jail for this shit. Oops. Because it's one thing when it's jokes, games, haha, kiki. But when your jokes come to domestic terrorism, libel, slander, harassment, bullying, domestic terrorism, intimate partner violence, invasion of privacy, unlawful wiretap, habitual terrorism, emotional abuse, tormenting, Amazon's well aware of it. So is Google. So is Apple. So is Cox Cable. So is AT&T. Then each one of you treasonous ass clowns who are involved in all this and benefited from lying on people or snitching on people, you're only mad because your truth came out. Let's call a spade a spade. You're only mad because some of your despicable misconduct proves that you're a piece of shit. And you've always been one. You just hid behind your pristine image. You're only mad because your money can't buy you out of the shit you did. And some of y'all wrote checks that your ass can't cash. And you're only mad because you played all these games, and you're mad because somebody autistic was able to prove her case, and you're only mad because several other people are corroborating the same thing because they ain't trying to go to jail. No, I don't blame them. But when you're around here like Tasha threatening Storm Monroe, I heard about it, and I know you did. So Storm Monroe needs to sue her and come forward. Tasha's not being protected. She's wrong as all get out. And then, oh, let me explain something about that. Storm is the person I went to high school with. I'm not going to tell y'all anything else. But when you go to the point that you have another woman coming into someone's house and you put someone in someone else's house to watch them, and the girl actually wired his house unlawfully, legally, the same thing was done to me. And when you go and unlawfully wire someone's house illegally, that's illegal. That's invasion of privacy. So Storm's situation is similar to mine. So let me dig Storm out of his own shit. Because that's the person I went to high school with. No big deal. I don't care. Okay? But when you get to this place that you install someone in someone's house, and while they're gone, they wire your house or bug your house and do all this invasion of privacy shit and play all these psychological head games or threaten you with your own personal private stuff that's going on in your house. It's the same thing that this asshat did, and it was confirmed that Allison did this at AT&T. Mm-hmm. And Ashley's the dumbbell that was up there doing the invasion of privacy asshat antics. Let's go ahead with the proof. I want you guys to understand where things go too far. And when I went to my daughter's appointment over at the Children's Center and whatnot, and they want to play in my daughter's face and shit. I mentioned Ashley. Here's the document. I want you guys to see it. Let's see if we can get it over here. See Ashley? So, Jennifer Price, who lied to me and told me I didn't owe anything to AT&T, will be getting fired, terminated, walked out. And then let's go into the other name that Allison goes by, Jean. So Allison over here will be getting warrants. I want you guys to understand how far it's going to be in domestic terrorism, liability lawsuits, and then on top of that, criminal lawsuits, domestic terrorism, unlawful invasion of privacy, and unlawful eavesdropping, and habitual terrorism and provoking gaslight. Because all this is addressed to Cox, all this is addressed to AT&T. So I have a right to sue the shit out of you. And then when the IT tampering and using Wi-Fi to turn on my stuff, like the Google Home app, like the tampering my Amazon Echo, they all have the recordings. And Google's been talking about.
I can't connect to the Wi-Fi network. You might want to check the connection settings in the Google Home app.
Oh, you mean the tampering that they were doing? Causing issues, connectivity issues? So it looks like, I've been telling the truth since day one. So it looks like there are several liars, provokers, and gaslighters. And when I tell you about playing Wi-Fi tampering and gaslighting, it looks like I'm proving my case, doesn't it? And it looks like several people need their ass sued, including the IT strings I traced over to Liverpool. And then on top of that, the IT strings I traced over to the German data center. And when William confirmed over there at HCI about the IT stuff and that they're able to disable and dismantle my account from the inside, that proved my case with HCI. So Stacey Morgenstern, Carrie Peterson, who mentioned wheelchairs and silver bullets, and then Tristan over there at the Children's Services Center, attached to Baptist Hospital, when I had to go see my child about these kids provoking her over there at Scandia High School, that Principal Murphy allowed, who said he's anti-Zoom and anti-Zoom and whatnot. He said it, yeah, he said it's anti-Zoom. And I said, I'm anti-collusion, corruption, and bullshit. I meant that. So Principal Murphy can get Bridget Lucas, aka Bridget Sainfield, Maya Lucas's people, because Frank Lucas is her father. So Bridget Sainfield over at Scandia High School can answer and stay on trial, and her dumbass daughter, who works over at Florida State Hospital as a nurse, Maya Lucas, Frank Lucas's daughter. So in witness protection, they changed the name. So Bridget Sainfield can explain that. Okay? I don't have a problem with Frank Lucas. I don't know him. But I know his damn dumbass daughter. Okay? Just like Diva Holloway. Dee Dee Holloway is Darkman X's cousin. That's Serena McKee's homegirl. The same Serena McKee that was on Monica Turner Allison, all about the tea with the Wu-Tang shirt on. So not only am I ready to sue the shit out of several people, but I want warrants for the arrest of everybody who was in college with me who played provoke and gaslight bitch-ass games and thought was funny, like Owen Gaines and Danielle Gaines. And then on top of that, Chastity Perkins and several others who were on Facebook fucking with me, playing these nasty games. And when I tell you how far it's going to go in lawsuits for provoking me, pissing me off, irritating me, agitating me, embarrassing me, humiliating me on multiple platforms, and playing all these psychotic games and then making false reports, then I want YouTube, Facebook, Meta to pull all of those false ass reports and tear them up. And then I want them to criminally, civilly sue each person for libel, slander, defamation of character, and telling y'all lies and sending y'all on a wild goose chase when there are real people who are doing fucked up things on the internet and y'all didn't take care of them, but you sat there and accosted me wrongfully. So I don't care if you're famous or non-famous, industry or non-industry. We're all playing on different levels with different devils within each day. Each one of us. So when we're talking about my hair on my neck, go. So with that being said, we must also begin to hold our own feet to the fire. When there is an issue or problem, or things happen in life that create or cause issues or adverse response or hostility or upset. For example, what you saw earlier. Okay? Trust I'm a veteran in this area of expertise because I've been on the receiving end of the same things, and my counterparts on the internet have for more than a decade. And it's come to a head, and it can reach the level of civil, criminal lawsuit, liability, slander, and defamation of character, like they did to me. Multiple of you question my mental health. There's nothing wrong with my mental health. The doctors also diagnosed me as autistic high functioning. They had the correct diagnosis in 2016. 10 years of being guinea pig. I want lawsuits and all the smoke for the shit they did. And then I want Jennifer Frajikowski's nasty, evil ass disbarred for talking to me like a piece of shit in the courtroom when I have a daughter to raise. And she allowed my mom to talk over me and screamed at me, maybe you need your mom. How dare you? I don't need her. I wouldn't have needed her if it wasn't for my exes and their nasty ass antics. For 10, 12 years, DCNF got involved. I want Sean Parker fired. I want Tiffany Williams fired. I went to college with Tiffany Williams, LSW, MSW. I want her license pulled. And then I want DCNF sued for allowing that shit. And then threatening me if I didn't sign paperwork. So I want all the smoke for Baptist Hospital. I certainly do, because Lethea Wells' family worked over at GCE for disabilities. And Lethea Wells' family is a manager. They were going in my records at Baptist Hospital. And yes, I'm going to sue the goddamn shit out of you for handing over my medical records to a bunch of assholes, including the stupid ass white boy. Because when people around here playing about misdiagnosis and you're using catfish accounts to terrorize me and provoke me, I don't give a damn if you're white or black. I don't care if you're mixed white or black. And I don't care if you're black. How dare you? So by the time I get the paranoid, schizophrenic, schizoaffective, nasty, provoking, gaslighting, narcissistic, sociopath, John David Allison, he told me his diagnosis, so that's not libel slander. It's facts and truth. He told me in his house at 9000 University Parkway, apartment 143, second floor upstairs, where he had the white Honda that Kitty drives. Oh, you mean the one that Katrina Taylor sat there and said she don't F with the Hyundais and Hondas? I had a Hyundai. Do I need to show you guys the insurance receipt? Because I got it right here for the Hyundai. So Katrina Laverne Taylor, that was on my Facebook, can explain that. And Nikki Petty, her dumbass homegirl, can explain that. Because I'm going to bring it in for you guys. Because nothing pisses me off more than a lying, disgusting, despicable dick trampling in her husband. And then when you send people down here, like McMahon's jump off, Sasha Banks from California. Mr. McMahon at WWE has a lot of explaining to do. And then on top of that, Shayna Baszler is Shayna Harris. She was adopted out. That would be Mr. and Mrs. Hyatt's granddaughter. So I know who the fuck she is. Just like I know Shannon, Rhea Ripley. So not only am I sick of y'all shit, I'm sick of being provoked and irritated by a bunch of wealthy, well-connected goons who think they're untouchable. And since McMahon has Russian business dealings, I don't care about that. I don't care about Russia having business dealings with anybody. We can all do business with Russia. I don't have any problems with Russia. I've got a problem with this hamburger in chief coming down to Pensacola, Pensacola. Or when I had to seek political asylum in Atlanta, Georgia, because the fat fucker was coming down in Pensacola, then I do have a problem. Excuse the language, y'all. But this pisses me off. And when a politician can create this much problems for the FBI, Department of Justice, the CIA, and literally he's connected to my dumbass aunt in the 80s who doesn't like him, then I got a problem with all of it. Because the Jeffrey Epstein situation is because of William Barr and Donald John Trump. So my aunt, who has been in the middle of this fuckery, is because there are cases. And when it loosely affects her, it affects me, and I look just like my aunt. And then I look just like my great-grandmother, and then I look like on the white side, my cousins, the white ones. Then I got a goddamn problem with all of it. Because I don't hate the white side of my family. I dislike being provoked and gaslit. And I dislike terroristic threats because some people don't want to admit their dumbass daughter like Black Dick. Or their dumbass son like Black Puss. That's not my problem. Because I would have worked this out had they not taken this too far. I would have been more glad to meet my grandmother who's still alive. On that side, my granddad passed away. He's white. On that side. But what I'm not going to do is worry about a title. I don't need a crown and tiara. I naturally have that because of my birthright, which people have tried to cheat me out of and fuck me over, not knowing I don't want it. Because I made it abundantly clear on my Twitter recently about my deadbeat father and my deadbeat dumbass mother. And it's right here. Let's go all the way back to that beautiful bean footage. And when I have to keep going over this because y'all want to provoke and gaslight, embarrass and humiliate, torment and gaslight me, emotionally abuse, and play all these disgusting, despicable games, then I'm going to make it worse and worse every time you do it. Because I don't neither want to talk about this anymore, and I don't want to bring this up. But when I have an intimate partner who's terrorized me, provoked me, and gaslit me, IT tampered, and harassed me, but he's connected to the same shit breath, nasty ass billionaire and her dirty ass husband, then I got a problem. John David Allison, Kenny Petty is the same person. So that song by Tupac Outlaws about Petty sour, yeah. And I'm not sour plus, like Katrina Laverne Taylor, Nikki's dumbass homegirl. And I'm not sour over Petty because I don't like him and I don't love him and I don't want him. But when you play all these stupid games, you win stupid prizes because John David Allison showed me the picture of the house he was in. And that's the same two-story house on right by Rockaway Boulevard, by the bus station where Jennifer Huff explained. So Jennifer Huff never lied. So Jennifer Huff needs to reopen the case because let me explain something about Jennifer Huff's case. And let me explain to you guys something about defamation, libel, slander, and lawsuits and harassment. Jennifer Huff will be able to prove her case on libel and slander. And I'll make it easy for her to slam dunk this case. Since Nikki thinks she's going to sue the shit out of Jennifer Huff. I dare you to, bitch. Because I saw the actual film and the aerial view of the pictures of that house. I almost had a heart attack and stroke because that same house is the picture that John showed me when he went up to New York. And the Honda car, where the rich cars told the Honda cars be at, they play between Don Eva's legs between his butt. That he's playing about for 2 years. So I watched Don Eva play all these nasty ass games about Kenny Petty. That's the girl. Our husband's cheating on us, girl. So when Sasha Banks comes down here and calls me Miss Petty, I went off on her. No, I'm not Miss Petty. But John put on the thing when we were getting that house separated. I was thinking maybe he's talking about Michelle, but Michelle's been dead. Oh, you mean Michelle Cook? The same one Monica Timmer Allison, all about the tea? Her daughter-in-law that she used her name on those BMF DEA cases? Oops. The same ones that the Kardashian was are DEA government informants, and it's been confirmed, and I showed you guys those receipts. See, the difference between libel and slander is when it's not true. But if I was able to prove it to you guys about all of the things that they damn did, and I showed you that they are government informants, and then you asshats want to still come after me and threaten me and terrorize me, then it goes to criminal. And I'm not going to be sued. You will. Because I was telling the truth, and it's interconnected to my same lousy-ass ex, who was their IT specialist. So is the daddy. He's I Freaky Zeke Z Allison, BMF DEA Allison. What do you know? Miss Carter knows IT from a long time ago. Sean Allen Whitfield is only the son of another person. Miss Sharon's son is the son of Christopher Wallace. Miss Sharon is the baby mama. So I haven't been able to tell Sean Allen Whitfield who helped to murder his daddy because it's not my place. But seemingly, in my situation, my family member got murdered in 1996. His family member got murdered in 1997. So it explains all those damn cases and John David Allison's musty-ass daddy and his ignorant-ass mammy. Monica Timmer Allison, all about the tea. DCNF worker, social worker, and now sitting in plain clothes right there on YouTube. And she's nowhere near any type of LSW, MSW. She's just a nasty, foul, provoking, bullying bitch. She was on Tales from the Cult, Gina. Because see, there's another Gina that was messing with my front door. I assume it's Gina Yerbey, because I don't know any other Gina. The only other Gina is Gina Haspel. And that was a Trump install, so I would never say that about Gina Haspel. She's military. Salute. I don't know her. So, Amy Buttafuoco, oops, oh, I forgot. Oh, Mariah, oh, oops. Better sit her dumb ass down. Anybody got any questions now so far? Because I'm sick of some wealthy, well-connected who think they're above the law and untouchable. Because a lot of people like to act like divas, but do a lot of devious shit. Meanie. So, Mr. Frost and Mrs. Frost, you can explain that petty shit y'all did at Love and Hip Slop Atlanta because it was confirmed about the antics and using your script and playing psychotic games. Also, Katrina, who said I was sitting on a ticking time bomb. How? Because my house is not having a bomb. And let me find out somebody did put a bomb underneath this house. I'll sue the shit out of you, and Escambia County will be sued for death threats, provoking gaslight, and viable, credible threats. Because when I was punitive detained, the white woman played in my face, and she detained me for a day. She said, I detained you because I wanted to talk to you. I said, what do you mean? Because I should have let you go last night. Because we know you shouldn't be here. But we needed to get some information. I said, what do you mean? I watched the audio. We want to help you. I don't want to let you go because I'm afraid you're going to get hurt. That's the reason why we detained you overnight. I said, so you mean I can leave? She said, yeah. I just need to call somebody so you can go home, so that you can get safely home. And I have a feeling that they're going to keep this up. So you call me if you need to and let me know. So I have to call her, and I did. And I reported all the issues that they've been doing to me around here in this neighborhood. So Kenyatta, who sat here and threatened CPS, just like Monica Jim Allison, all about the tea, who said on Tales from the Cult shit. I want Tales from the Cult pulled off of YouTube, and I want her gone. All of her channels, every last one of them, all 7 of them. Because Tales from the Cult, the reason why I'm asking for you to be removed is because you've done a lot of despicable, nasty things to people, including me. And you had Monica Jim Allison all about the tea on your stuff. You played in my face and you thought it was funny, and she threatened CPS. That's the same supposed to be therapist on YouTube. I want her gone. John Yates, I'm going to give him a pass because I don't know him like that, but Barbara Yates is the police officer who did all this effed up shit. She's been coded as ineligible for rehire. John Yates doxed Monica Tumor Allison, and I saw it. So John Yates has done his part. Okay? So he does know about Monica because she grossly affected him and his wife. He doesn't like Monica, neither do I. But Monica sat her dusty tail up there playing all these provoking gaslight games. Do I hate John Yates? I don't like the way he is, but I'm not going to sit around here doxing him. But he's married to Barbara Yates, police officer Yates, who did all this lying on police reports. So a lot of people destroyed people's lives since 2012, like I told you. I just want to make sure everybody knows who's who on YouTube. Says it's funny to play all these stupid games. Says it's funny to terrorize and dox people like Tasha Trencher and Kibi did, and Marcus Wiley. The reason why I'm not forgiving Wiley is because he sat there and played on the platform. Said great content, says, I'm not your sister and I don't know you. But you're Tasha Trencher and Kibi's minion, just like Toxic Diamond was. But Toxic Diamond got fed up with it and said, I don't want the problems. Every time Tasha's mess ends up in my lap, and I end up fucked up because of her. So I believe Toxic, because I watched her for a couple of days. I watched all these people, and I was able to see an interview that was eloquently done. I've watched Constance TV do an eloquent interview with the same people. Vaughn Ree's not lying about this because Vaughn Ree is the one who dated Jeffree Star. His girlfriend, Chelsea, is the same one that was working for Jason Lee. Jason Lee is the same one who had his website hacked, just like Aaron Civil had done before. And they stole my business model and sold it to the Armenian sluts that John worked for, Kenny Petty, John Avery, John Allison, Jay Reed, Joe Copeland, Joe Petty, Kenneth Petty. Okay? So now you guys start to see we're cooking with some hot grease here. When you start to go and do all this type of stuff, create issues and problems, hostility on the internet, and it goes to criminal threats, death threats, homicidal threats, emotionally abusive threats, terrorizing, gaslighting, bullying. I cried 2 days in a row for Cardi B's situation because I am just like Cardi B. I went through the same thing except for Cardi B has the money to sue. Cardi B is actually Takeoff's what would be cousin-in-law because he's the uncle to Offset. My homegirl Brittany knows Offset and Takeoff from them. So I don't hate Cardi B because I misconstrued something that Cardi B had said she wanted to kill Hope. So I misconstrued what Carl Selly called me Hope. But Carl Selly is the one who's sleeping with Monica Tumor Allison, the original Hope, that played all these games and wanted to be a bully on the internet. And she's Tina Lawson's ex-homegirl because her son was married to Michelle Cook, Beyonce Giselle Knowles Carter's half-sister. Sam is a different person. Sam is the other friend of Sean Alva Whitfield. And I found out he was doing IT stuff, trying to find out what's going on. So a lot of people have gotten dragged into this, including Sean Allen Whitfield, because he's been trying to find out what happened with his father. I don't blame him, because he only met his father twice. He told me. He looks just like Big. He's just light-skinned. And it hurts me because I thought he was a friend. I've questioned his integrity, questioned him as a friend. But he was the only one that gave me peace at one point in time. We've gotten into it because of these situations. We've gotten into it so badly that we're no longer friends, and I'm fine with that. I don't care. I'm done. But see, even if I fall out with someone, I don't hurt their career. I don't try to terrorize them. I don't try to embarrass them, and I don't tell lies on them. I don't call CPS on them. I don't mess with their children or their families. I don't go around here telling falsehoods on people to create and cause legal abuse, torment, gaslight, or financial loss, or economic loss, or business loss. Because the difference is, you got to know when you're going too damn far. You got to know the difference between being integrity-ridden, morality, welfare-ridden, not meaning like food stamps, EBT, like Charlie Bitch the God was talking about, Nikki's homeboy. So Karen Civil, his homegirl, all need to answer for it. Because yes, I've been on EBT food stamps, so what? So was Taraji P. Henson. So was some white people who have been in industry. They turned their life around, and guess what? They're famous, and they've got money. So everybody's got a story to tell. Some of their stories are endearing and makes them more human. Because the reason why I brought up Taraji P. Henson is because Marcel Bouvet went through the same thing. She's rich and wealthy. She's a Hollywood housewife. She has a son. She started out with meager beginnings, humble beginnings. To me, I think they're epically dope women because they showed me it's possible to go from being ashy to classy. Not meaning ashy like Ashley, but literally like Big said in the song, going from ashy to classy. There's a time when nobody effed with me. There's a time when nobody believed in me. There's a time when people wouldn't F with me because of I didn't have this and I didn't have that. But I went from ashy to classy. It's from 1996, 1997, big songs. Juicy. And with that song, Juicy, you have to think about what he's saying. Just like when you think about it was written, I Will Rule the World, Nasir Jones, Nasir Oladar Jones. The same one I've been talking about the IT staff. It's a lot of things that Nikki has done and pulled strings and sat there and provoked people, but keeping her damn hands clean while she's around here playing these nasty bullying games. Because sometimes y'all favorite ain't shit, like I said. And I proved it. Because Jason knows her. He was the one who did Sucker Free, the album, 2008, 2009. He's the one who asked me about Nikki's dumb ass. Because I saw her in the MySpace. He asked me about her. I said, she's dope. She's good. She can rap. She comes from LaGuardia School of the Arts. She was an administrative assistant before she became a stripper, and Brian got her off the stripper pole. Never want to tell that. Brian, who's Angelique Gaines Grasty from WeTV's ex-girlfriend from Chicago. So I want you guys to understand something about first impressions. Account handle, profile image, name, bio, profile link, story highlights. What I'm doing is what social media managers are teaching you guys how to do. But when you go into a real life situation, all that first impression goes out the window. So we're going to talk about social media first impressions. We'll talk about that at the next slide. I want to make sure it's clear, abundantly clear, how hard it is, even if you have an account handle, profile image, name, bio, profile link, or story highlights or things about you. When somebody's out to dismantle, provoke, and gaslight and terrorize you and damage your business model, your business image, that goes into libel, slander. That goes into harassment. That goes into invasion of privacy and terrorism. I want you guys to see the criminality and how far it happened with Cardi B, with Tasha K, because she wanted to be the next Wendy Williams. Not realizing Wendy Williams was on Marcus Wiley's thing, trying to find out who went into her records, her husband's records in Philly. The same nurse has come forward and took accountability about what she did. She took accountability for doing what Tasha Transwini Kibi asked her to do. Kristen Nicole, treats. So let's get into where this fits into Jason Lee. Jason Lee was on Love and Hip Slop, okay, New York at first. Then he was in love hip hop Hollywood. I don't hate Jason Lee. I just don't like DJ Drama because Funky Dineva is responsible for stealing my LMS and giving it to DJ Drama. I want my $1,400 goddamn dollars, and you better hurry up and have the cash money soon. Because when I spend my hard-earned money that I saved and scrimped and starved, and then you have the nerve to sit there and try to come up off of me, and you sat there and stole it from folders, and then y'all were playing about my motherfucking folders and a cloud account, and Ivy Tarak was also responsible, because that's how I know who did it. Because they did a trace, and a dumb bitch is going to jail. And then use Isaac Allison was confirmed did it, because Apple and Google confirmed it. Cox Cable is aware of it, about the Lucifer antics. So the unlawful invasion of privacy, stealing my stuff and my LMS and all my other different things that y'all sat here and stole from me, including sound bites. That's why I dragged the YouTuber. But the other YouTuber, you're actually a good YouTuber. I watched your stuff. I'm glad you got my sound bite off of there. But I want you guys to understand the liability of stealing things, because I bought those sound bites 10 years ago, some 5 years ago, and I have the receipt. Because if you were to put it on the box that I know how to use and synthesize it, you'll see the same beat, same hook, same everything. Same thing they use when they go and say you stole something in the industry and you stole music or used somebody else's beat, and you can tell the difference. I actually am musically inclined. I come from a musical family. I'm able to listen to something and tell the difference. It's kind of like the Madonna song that the other person did, Tory Lanez. It's a Madonna song that he needs to give her credit for because it's the same beat. I'm able to listen to it by beat and listen to it and hear the same. So all he needs to do is give credit to Madonna and then do a remix with Madonna on it. I think that would be dope for Tory Lanez. He's got a musical ear and he's a genius. But it's the same thing like with Megan Thee Stallion, who tried to play victim, but their gun residue was on Chelsea's hand. Or Kelsey's hand, I'm sorry. Chelsea's the other person I want to talk about, because Chelsea is the same one who was working for Jason Lee. She looks like Mia Riley, but we'll go nor here nor there, okay? That's the same one that was sleeping with Von Reed, okay? So Tasha decides she wants to do distraction tactics because she wants to take the heat off her Cardi B case. Because Cardi B's going to win this case. I'm going to tell you this now. Here's why. When it comes to reaching a level of civil, criminal, lawsuit, libel, slander, defamation, harassment, and I wanted to make sure we understand our assignments as we progress on these platforms and grow as content creators, brands, and some not all business owners, but some who are, and or those who are entering the business arena or to do on the internet digital business, okay? And as digital highway will become more primary in digital law, and internet law becomes a mainstay and a staple in our daily lives going forward, okay? I want you guys to understand how important this is. Digital law has yet to catch up to the internet highway, okay? And here are a few definitions to start this off right and begin a dialogue. I wanted us to have a professional dialogue after I went through all the who, what, when, where, and why. And I wanted to lay out the foreground for Jennifer Huff to win her case. Because Jennifer Huff is not lying, because John David Allison sat there and drove to New York with Deanna Avery Allison, Starlove, that's been on YouTube. And Candy Washington, the second Candy Washington, is Kimberly Allison Copeland, who lost her job in Miami. So while they're playing these nasty games, that's the same one that's on the ID channel, okay? So not only am I ready to sue the brakes off of Kimberly Allison Copeland, I want her doctor's license taken from her, and I want her nasty mother, who has been using her social security number and opening up businesses and whatnot, because she can't get it in her name because she has 105 credit score. So I want to make sure everybody knows how petty this woman is and how evil this woman is. But she told on herself all along, and if you watched all of those lives, you would have known Monica was telling on herself, playing in y'all's face, talking about the feds. But the feds are looking for her, okay? They've been looking for her since 2011 because of multiple businesses that she opened up. PPP loan fraud, scamming, getting people's, what was it? Their IRS payments and circumventing them to her bank account because she owes Mr. Carter. I don't know what that's about. Don't give a damn. But when it affects me on the platform and people think I'm pocket watching, I'm not. I don't give a damn, because I'm going to help Mr. Carter seal the deal on his case, because I don't hate him. I just don't care for his wife because Gianna is directly connected to her. And Michelle, the same one that was messing with DeHaven Irby. And Miss Irby is the one who followed me on Facebook, on the burner account that I had, and Miss Copeland's dumbass was on it. So I showed you all of that. They thought they were slick, but the thing is, I put that burner account there for a reason, to catch them all, because I knew they would follow me again. But the thing is, I suppressed my Facebook, both of them, so you can't find it. So how did you find it, ass hat? you had to be IT tampering, provoking gaslighting, and somebody provided it to you because you had to be a friend of a friend that was on the old Facebook account who told you my account link and gave it to you. Oops. So that means that you sat here and terrorized me, provoked me for 5 to 6 years, and I have concrete proof. And each one of you were sitting on the Facebook with over 1,000 people because I cleaned off all the people that were on there on the old Facebook because I had 1,800 there. So it means some of you morons sat there and went to the new Facebook and thought you were going to keep the same shit. So I happen to be a victim of multiple situations and want to make sure we understand the assignment as we progress in this platform. And as digital highway becomes primary and digital law, internet law becomes a mainstay and staple in our daily lives going forward as content creators and brands and influencers. And I want you guys to understand that even if I wanted to be an influencer, I couldn't because they provoked, gaslit, and damaged my life, terrorized me, and emotionally abused me. But people who are looking at me to influence their brands probably wouldn't because of what they did. So I want to bring this back to Cardi B. Cardi B, Balsala Salamanzar, is a wealthy, well-connected woman now, okay? Business, brand. Do you think it didn't mess up her Pepsi commercial deal? Do you think it didn't mess up all of her deals that she had? Do you think it didn't mess up her relationship with her husband? Do you think it didn't mess her up emotionally to be told lies on sexual things? Do you think it was funny to go out there going in records or interviewing people who are telling lies on her because they don't like her, like people did to me? I want you to see how the duality here, okay? Look at it from my point of view. I'm not on Cardi B's level because I don't have her money just yet. Notice I said just yet, okay? I have the same it girl factor she does. Because I remember seeing Cardi B on Love and Hip Hop. I said she's a star. She ended up being a star. Just like I said, Nicki will be a star. She ended up being a star. The problem is when other people are jealous of you having that star. I'm neither jealous of Nicki or Cardi. I don't give a damn because I don't like neither one of them like that. But right is right and wrong is wrong. I'm even going to help Nicki to a certain degree. You dead ass wrong for operating under the guise of your dumbass husband. You let a man ruin your damn life, and because he knows your dirty ass little secrets, I would have told him, good luck. You know my dirty ass secrets, tell everybody, so I can tell them the truth. Finally, that I've known you 25 years. You know all my dirty ass secrets, good. Divorce me if you want to. Tell a lie on me if you want to. Tell all these dirty ass secrets, because when you have nothing to hide, people are going to still love you whether or not your secrets come out or not. People are going to still F with you whether your secrets come out or not. Because I heard Kenny was knocking the shit out of her, knocked her underneath the car because he wanted to go back to Redbone. We all know this. Everybody who's industry connected knows this and has laughed in Nikki's face behind her back. So at the end of the day, dear old Nikki Onika, the same one that called my phone Barbie, playing on the phone, your husband's a moron and so are you. But the thing is, I'm always going to straighten somebody's crown. Because you are the one that was talking about BET on Twitter. Deborah Lee is my aunt. My middle name is Lee, dumbass. It was changed. So T.S. Madison was talking about Lee Tanya. You can explain that. So Onika Tanya Mirage Petty can explain that in federal court. T.S. Madison, who had the mask on, the Darth Vader mask, John and I played a game called OG Rock. His name was Darth Blood. He is the blood. Gang gang. So, that ain't got nothing to do with me. He confirmed that. So it's not libel, slander, defamation of character, or none of that. Because I don't give a shit if you're gang gang. So what? Not my problem. I'm not in a gang. If I was, so what? But the thing is, I'm not. Here's the problem. When you do gangster bully shit, then stand in it when somebody calls you out about it. Don't threaten to sue them. Don't threaten to hurt and harm them. You're supposed to be Billy Badass. You send somebody down here threatening me. Make man's jump off. Sasha Banks, who came down here with the fuck shit, called me Miss Petty. Because one thing about me is I don't double down on stupid. I don't double down on being wrong. I double down on what's right is right, wrong is wrong. Because you need to explain it if your husband's putting his hands on you, which we already heard about it. I would have slapped the brakes off you too if you messed up my bags or my attempt to get some bags and shit. And then I can't go back to my baby mom that I want. If I was a man. So whatever y'all had domestic, that's y'all problem. That's what I said. I'm going to help you out a little bit. So all your little dirty secrets that your husband knows and is known for 25 years about you, that's why I was able to prove it. The only thing y'all are mad at is because it was the truth. Y'all are mad because I was able to go pull the old picture of Monica Toomer Allison. Y'all are mad because I was able to prove you're the same girl in the picture before you had your nose shaved down and had the contour done. Dummy. You're only mad because Jason is my ex-boyfriend and you want to play in my face. And when people talk about, oh, it's Nick, you had Nicki Minaj called your phone? Yeah. So what? Who the fuck is she supposed to be? U.S. Marshals has the records, and so does the FBI, and so does the CIA, dumbass. Because what you did is you went in records that weren't yours to go into. You played about BET. You played with Marion Suge Knight. That's my uncle. Me and Ray J are cousins, dummy. Snoop Dogg and I are cousins, dumbass. Calvin Brodus. Sonya is my cousin-in-law. I don't like Princess Love because that's Floyd Mayweather's jump off. Yaya Mayweather is on my shit, playing games. Millie Milagro Milligrams, Mob Radio, was on my shit on Twitter. No, I don't like Milagro. That's Solange. She told on herself. Everybody wanted to play IT games until it backfired in their face. Until I was able to prove it. Then we get false reports. Tasha Kiwi's pissed off because she's Nikki's minion doing Nikki's dirty work, being a terrorist and a provoker. Because Nikki wanted to keep her hands clean. Tasha wanted to be innocent so goddamn bad that she did the dumb bitch dirty work. Because Tasha, unless you turn on Nikki, your ass is going to jail, not Nikki. Because guess what? It's going to be hard to prove. But I did, so oops. I don't give a shit because I don't like her. And it's not over a man. It's over calling my damn phone and playing stupid games and playing in my face. So it's not over a man. Because I don't want Jason, I don't want Jonathan. I can't stand either one of them. But I would never lie on them. Everything they did, they did. So while you're playing these nasty narcissistic games and playing in federal records, those doctor records were done for a reason for dumbasses like you. Because it covered my mommy and daddy. I know who they are. I was allowed to know it's an open adoption, stupid. And I never said anything. Because when I got sick in 2007, 8, and finally had surgery in 2008 and 2010 to remove tumors, I could have called my daddy and picked up the phone, but I knew the hospital would probably leak it. I could have went to the blogs, but I knew they would tell all these things and I would end up hurt and harmed. But inadvertently, hell, my ass got hurt and harmed any goddamn way. Because the two deadbeats were worried about all their scandal coming out. Not my problem. Too late for that. So Marshall, who got on my shit, who did features with Nikki, you can explain when you said I was trying to disrespect Andre. No, I wasn't. I didn't want him involved in the situation, but I found out Andre was provoking and triggering and traumatizing me on purpose to get me to tell the truth. So yes, I'm pissed the fuck off with him. Nicole Young's lawyer is the same one who is Nikki's lawyer. And yes, I want Nicole Young too. I want Andre to go back into his own damn stupid ass embezzling asshole wife. Because this shit is not funny. It's gone too far. Because one thing about me, right is right, wrong is wrong. And when you're playing stupid games like this, and Monica Toomer Allison sat there and talked about Alan Bernstein, I thought they were talking about Sean Allen Whitfield. Nope. It ended up being Alan Bernstein, who was Nicole Young's lawyer. She thought she could embezzle Andre Young's money and thought she was going to get away with that shit. She's only mad because everything you go do in the dark comes to the light. And she's not any type of entitled to anything that was done in 1993. They were married in 1996. And those business deals were established in 1990, to be exact. So you are not entitled to shit. So while everybody wanted to play these stupid games, it looks like I dug Andre Young out of his shit It looks like Marshall can kiss my ass and my anus. And Haley, his dumbass daughters who want to fuck with me up here and thought it was funny. And I told them straight up, I don't like your fucking father. Go to hell. So Marshall, who said I talk like a man, and I said, you act like a bitch, I'm going to treat you like a bitch. And I just stunned you. So does anybody have any questions about these antics and buffoonery so far? Because dear old Onika, looks like you're going to fall down the stairs, aren't you? And all the shit you stirred up. Then Marshall can explain to his homeboy why he mentioned Andre on Twitter. STFU, I'm tweeting. So Lyrica G Sr., who mentioned shut the fuck up, I'm tweeting, and that was on Love and Hip Slop LA. And they wanted to play these damn dumbass games with me. They can explain all that. And Carlos Ellie can explain that in federal penitentiary. And Monica Toomer Allison all about the tea, the jackass that was in Tennessee at some point in time, playing all these narcissistic games on the phone. Because I recognized her voice. And since she wanted to play these nasty behind games multiple times, then they all need to understand how far it's going to go in civil litigation, liability, and libel and slander lawsuits against all of them. And the publications that allowed them to keep this shit up when I told them what was going on from day one. Then we think about brands, all business owners, and everybody who's been affected. That includes, Amazon, Apple, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. They can all sue the shit out of Monica, Essie, Bay, and all the rest of the asshats who thought this was funny. Since they got billions and somebody said the billionaires are in on this, then each and every last one of you billionaires will have the biggest transfer in wealth and humbled immensely. So, because when I told the industry that I would do this for free, because I don't give a fuck about being industry. I have industry family, and I don't care. So I don't even care about going industry, because you ruined that opportunity. Y'all ruined it once so many times to where I don't give a fuck about going industry. And the industry's not the problem, like I said. It's the handful of asshats who are in it, who did this, and thought they could cover up all their dumbassery, provoke and gaslight me because they thought I was a weakling, or I couldn't defend myself, or I couldn't prove it. And I did. Because I taught myself when Uzziah Zeke Allison was damaging my shit all those years from 2013 going forward, and the Armenian sluts who stole my business model, that I was going to prove my case even if it took 10 years, and it did. So John worked those Armenian dick trampolines, and he was the agent on those cases. He played my face and asked me about BMF. Ooh, body. So when John asked me about BMF, I said, what the fuck is BMF? Excuse the language, y'all. We're being authentic here. I said, what's a BMF? I had no clue. I had to Google it. So I did. Google. I had to DuckDuckGo it. I had to go Bing it. Oh, I was like, wow. BMF. So this agent sits up there and plays in my face about BMF. I didn't know shit about it. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? My family's not BMF. We're not DEA. We're not FBI. We're not CIA. We're not none of that. We're just law-abiding citizens who mind our damn business. So you asked me questions, so I answered it. I sat there on that couch, and it was a semi-grayish, off-color couch. Because that's the same couch that I had my dog, Titus, that he sat there and lied about. Because I know the amount that I bought the goddamn dog. And I'm ready to sue the shit out of his ass because he sat there and terrorized me on Twitter about the damn dog. Cocoa Bug was his dog, the mutt, the red-nosed pit bull. She gonna shake it like a red nose. Daniel Bergoli, the one that got Ty Dolla $ign knocked off and Chief Keef knocked off. So this same Daniel Bergoli has a police officer, daddy. NBA young boy who got knocked off because of her, because she is bait and a plant and a snitch. So I want you guys to understand the Danielle that was sitting on my shit playing games. And then there was the Daniel that was playing these games. But lo and behold, there's Daniel who was fucking Nikki. But she had Kitty Petty dressed up like 6'9". What woman sleeps with another man before she gets married and then plays in a man's face and fucks for a feature, but plays all these nasty narcissistic, provoking gaslighting games and recruits her dumbass homegirls, Karen Civil, who steals from charities, and it's been confirmed, don't shoot the messenger. Then you play all these narcissistic games on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, and then you have people coming after me, threatening my life because you're an idiot and a moron and a liar and a scammy shit. PPP loan scamming on top of that. So you think Baby Blue's not going to snitch on y'all? He's about to do football numbers. Pretty Ricky, Big Blue. Love and Hip Slot, Big Blue. So when y'all play these stupid games, and yet I have a lot of people I know all over the place, and it was confirmed the production bullshit. And then y'all want to play these stupid narcissistic games and dragged a bunch of people in your petty ass antics. So when Vashandra O'Neill, Nostril Evans, and y'all brought that there with production and thought that was funny, they already told on y'all. Because all your nasty mean girl antics, Jennifer Williams was the one investigating about Norman. My sister was married to a Norman on the other side. So while you morons were playing these stupid ass games, you didn't know that we were married to certain families. And you thought that shit was funny because this has nothing to do with our family. It's the other side of the goddamn family. And you have to be careful. People are 6 degrees separated. It means that my families don't got shit to do with none of y'all's crap. It means that you played within family units that are married in. And you got to be careful because the family names aren't always the same, dummy. So y'all were sitting around there talking in front of people's family members, playing all these stupid games, and you got caught because you were telling on yourself the whole time. I'll give you an example. Chelsea. Chelsea is the girl that seems to be the pass around everybody's situation who is Tasha Trencher and Akimi's opinion. Chelsea worked for Jason Lee. Okay. Chelsea worked for Armand Wiggins. Okay. But didn't I talk to you guys about the sound bites that were stolen? Didn't I tell you guys about these IT tamperings, provoking, and gaslightings? It looks like I've got a rock solid case, don't I? Because Chelsea's the common denominator in Von Ray's shit. Chelsea's the common denominator in Jason Lee's shit with Karen Civil and Nikki. And we have Tasha Trans Reiner, Kibi. Jackie Kibi's dumb wife with Cardi B's shit. Ooh. Oh yeah. So it looks like there's multiple people who are involved with the same handful of idiots. Snorty Minaj and her 2 little crew. Don't shoot the messenger. Isn't the line? Snorting that Belushi on the ski slopes. We got an internet troll, a web browser. Can't get a hold of HR via Safari. Bruh, stick 'em. Stick 'em. So it looks like some of you bumblecluts, the pussy cluts, were around here playing narcissistic games and you got told on because nobody likes you. And then you've been playing these games, stopping people's bags, provoking and gaslighting and bullying one too many times, and it backfired. So it looks like a lot of people just told on you because they don't like you, period. And it looks like a lot of people literally are sick and tired of being provoked and gaslit, losing their bags because of you, same handful of greedy assholes. Who thought it was funny to play games with people, terrorize people on the internet, and then participate in reindeer games and scams. So the Treasury Department, let me explain something to you guys. When the Treasury Department enters a courtroom, when the Treasury Department means U.S. Treasury, it means FDIC insured, which means what the banks are under, okay? What it also means that federal agencies are under when it comes to investigations. So when you have agents who are IRS agents, some of them are dual agents when it comes to FDIC or insured levels of investigations. So when the IRS comes looking at me and I didn't do shit, and y'all heard me go live, and I said, am I under investigation? They say, no. We know you're telling the truth. We've already investigated you. I said, what? What? Say what? Oh, we know you're telling the truth. Because guess what, Department of Revenue? We talked about this. Because I said, my businesses have been damaged. Where are y'all getting 2 damn EINs? I only had 1. They said, what? I said, yeah, I only had 1. Where the kerfluffle did you get another EIN? The registered agent I went through still is 1 EIN. And then when I registered my stuff myself on the other businesses, I did that myself after I learned from the registered agent how to do it. So that means that each one of you who sat there and did this BT&E, who stole my sales tax license, BT&E, who stole my EINs, need to answer for it in trial. And then you need to explain how you scammed my goddamn money, my business model, and Armenian sluts who are connected to John David House and Katy Petty, Teddy Sour. How the fuck you sat there and identity thefted an autistic high functioning mother who was trying to build business, and you ruined my damn business and made me look stupid on the internet. So that's why I'm doing this. Because when you steal from me, that's one thing. When you lie on me, that's another thing. When you slander me, it's another thing. And when you sit there and defame my character and have people questioning my mental health, that's another thing. And when somebody sits up there and threatens me one too many goddamn times, that's another thing. Excuse the language. But when you threaten to homicide someone and you threaten to kill someone, or you say you have police on payroll, you got agents on payroll, federal agents on payroll, then I got a goddamn problem for real. I have every right to drag the shit out of y'all. Because I'm not going to allow you to sit there and say that any agency is corrupt or colluded. Because the agencies have proved that they're not. Because they're the same ones who sent me the damn paperwork I wasn't able to fill out from 2017, dumbass. They're the ones who pulled me in rooms. So I want you guys to explain how the hell that you did all this and how the hell I have a problem when I don't. I want you all to explain how you terrorized me, provoked me on the internet, and they said, shh, don't say anything. So I didn't. So I improved my argument for 2 to 3 years and let y'all do this damn dumbass shit to me. And I don't appreciate it, and I hope you get sued into oblivion. I hope you get put off of this platform, and I hope each one of you have to pay libel, slander, defamation character, harassment charges, and everything else that I want to sue the soul out of you for. Because I made it clear that I wasn't trying to do social media. It's too big and too broad of a case. I would have to have a federal lawyer, criminal lawyer, and a property lawyer, which I've already talked to some, and they say I have a viable case. But I said to myself, it's not worth it because it's bigger than me. I said it's not worth it because the best revenge is success. My self-discipline and mastery is that I said I got to move on. I got to live my best life, even though they ruined my whole damn life, my image, and harassed me, defamed me, and literally caused me to not even want to be intimate with my own partner. Caused me to never want to be in a relationship ever again. Caused me to never want to be married because I can't trust anybody. Because I can't ever trust that somebody wouldn't get my secrets and use them against me, or provoke me and gaslight me and play in my goddamn face, or run their mouth to other people who are wealthy, well-connected, who saw a money grab and thought it was funny to do at my expense. Because I thought about Cardi B. I cried twice this weekend. And I said today, before I have to go to court tomorrow, like Destiny Pope, who called my child niggers. Destiny Pope, I got the name here. Little nasty behind white girl that they protected. Well, she took it from TikTok onto social media. Her homegirl, the white girl that went in her account, she didn't blame the white girl. She called my daughter niggers within earshot, called her bitches within earshot. But do you think Escambia High School did anything about that? No, Destiny Pope is getting protected and all her wrongdoing, calling black children niggers. And then Susan, the lawyer, Gutman, said, well, your child's going to be called niggers and bitches all her life. I said, does that make it okay? Does it make it okay that a little white girl, Destiny Pope, can sit around here calling people niggers and bitches within earshot, but her verbal vitriol is not being held into account, but my child's being held into account? Oh, or when I called the school district about all the bullying, provoking gaslight, and Dina hung up the phone in my face, or Lisa hung up the phone in my face. When I was talking to Malcolm Thomas about all the bullying, provoking gaslight at Escambia High School or at Bailey Middle School. When Principal Sanders hung up the damn phone in my face. Or when her minions over at Bailey Middle School hung up the phone in my face. Or when I talked to Dr. Britt or other people who allow this shit. Or when I talked to them about the bus driver bullying, provoking gaslight they were doing on the bus. Oh, you mean all the things that I addressed since 2017, 2018? And then on top of political abuse of psychiatry, psychology, and punitive detainment that came out of Linda Archie and her dirty ass family who are DEA informants. Like Levant Bryant, whose brother worked at the police department where Officer McMahon worked at. So do you see the interlinks here and how far I got punished for being right? And do you see how when a victim doesn't always look right or act right, oh, but then I get DCF referrals from a shitbag judge who had a nasty ass mouth, Jennifer Frajikowski. She doesn't like me, I don't like her. Because I asked her to not talk to me that way and allow me to speak. And she said, maybe you need your mom, and screamed at me. I didn't need my mom in the beginning. I ended up having to need my mom because of my FedEx and his dirty ass mother and his father, who are our agents, who retired down here and worked with the police department as informants. So I never needed my mom. I got forced to need her. And everybody showed me who they are and having to need them, whether it was money, economic, financials, and you see how people are when you need them. One day I won't need any of these asshats who've made my life a living goddamn hell, provoked me and gaslit me, or played in my face, or did dirty ass things, or threatened DCNF inquiry. Go right ahead, because I called DCNF in 2018 about this and reported the issues, all the way from the political shit, all the way down to the family domestic violence. Meaning people who were considered family who treated me like shit and threatened DCNF. Undermining me as a parent, because this has gone on since this child was 7 years old. She's almost 18. I literally lost my child at 7 years old. I have custody of her, but my stupid ass baby daddy and his dumb ass bitch, Angela, I don't hate her. I don't hate him. But what he's not going to do is get mad because paperwork got sent to him. U.S. Marshals came down and knocked down his fucking door because of those 1991-93 cases. I forgot to tell you all that. So John David Allison, Kenny Petty, is going to prison. His dirty ass whore better fess up. And any of his industry asshole friends who participated need to hurry up and flip. Because the feds have a rock solid case. I'm not the feds. I don't even work for them. I'm not even an agent. I'm just an autistic, high-functioning mother. And by the time it's all said and done, each one of you nasty, narcissistic provokers and gaslighters who sat on publications and did this for years, including the Breakfast Club assholes when Libel Duval and I said y'all are immature and childish as shit, y'all can explain that in federal court. Charlie Bitch to God's people can explain that in court. Onika slutty garbage, piece of shit people can explain all their provoking gaslight games in court. So Charlemagne the God, you gonna talk about EBT and food stamps? Karen Civil, you gonna play any more hacking when you have Uzziah Allison do it? John David Allison do it? And that's his MOS? 31 Romeo, Signal Unit, Fort Riley, Kansas, where Mike Pompeo is at? Body. So Mike, that was over there at Navy Feckerel, can explain all the lying and terrorism and provoking gaslight, and Melissa and Shelley, who said it was the best bank. Oh, you mean the Deutsche Bank investigation? So the Kardashian West, who had the Slovenian rocking hair, can explain that shit in court. Kristen Ken, who was at Ring Central, can explain that in federal court. Anybody's got any questions so far about them playing games? Because Kristen Ken thought they were going to play Marion games. Marion shook nights in prison. The Marion I talked to was Pine, a puta pina maca. That's Tagalog. Don't ask what it is. So I grew up around Filipinos on both sides, brown boys and brown girls. You know what I'm talking about, brown girl, brown boy? A puta pina maca. Because my homegirl taught me some things in Tagalog when we were in high school, and I haven't forgot about it. So when I told the puta pina maca over there at Ring Central, are you Pine? You're not Pinoy? Meaning male Filipina and female Filipino. So Filipino is Pinoy. Pine means Filipina. So Pilipina. All right? I grew up around Philippines. Okay? So when I went to school with brown girl, brown boy, the Lees, the trans, the Wins, I know the difference between Vietnamese, Chinese, and Japanese. Okay? I know about panze, lumpia, and you have pasta. So when you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. So that puta kinamaka over at Ring Central and Amber's stupid ass, Edie Ogilvy's dumbass whore, the farmers are DEA informants. To New York Farmer Eller, Jason Ryan Grassie's dumb jump off, Nisi Farmer Reed. So Jay Reed, Kenny Petty is the same person. Oops. And Miss Perez, who's down in Miami, got her ass cussed clean out. She sure did. Because I'll tell you what I told her. I said, you're one nasty bitch. A provoking, gaslighting asshole. and a sorry motherfucker. I sure did. And one, I cussed his ass clean out at DCNF and said, your wife's a stupid bitch and a nasty, dirty motherfucker. Because that's the same one that was involved in those 91, 93 cases. And those are the same ones that told on cartels. I got shit to do with that. My family ain't got shit to do with that. We're not involved in that kind of crap. So then there's the 2007, 2008 cases. Those are the ones that Tekashi 6ix9ine outlined with Ramik, Onika's boyfriend, who works for Rock Nation. Ramik wanted to run his mouth about his deal with William Roberts. Oh, you mean Department of Corrections William Roberts, who can go into anybody's records? Oh, you mean the one that stole Freeway Rick Ross's identity? You mean William Roberts, who went over to Crimea, who's the Kardashian West DEA informant's piece of shit friend? Oh, it looks like my black ass is telling the truth, doesn't it? So Wale Pilarin, you wanted to do this on Twitter and thought that shit was funny to do? You can explain that in federal court because your manager is William Roberts, Rick Ross. Because there ain't shit funny about this. Anybody had questions how far this went with NBC Universal antics that Brian Birdman and Baby Williams tried to build NBC Universal of that $500,000 that Monica Toomer Allison, all about the tea, went over there to Atlantis where the money was buried at with Tasha Transrainer Kibi, who seemed to all of a sudden go from $100,000 net worth to $500,000. Explain that to federal court, dumbass. Because, see, they like to play games. So I sat in the bushes in the field for a minute. I sat there, watched them tell on each other. It's like a snake chasing its tail and eating itself. So I said to myself, I've watched this for 2 to 3 years because people told me on Twitter, oh, YouTube, they're talking about you. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I've been on YouTube for 10 years. I built my YouTube account. You can look at the date. I just started back on YouTube 2 or 3 years ago. And let me confirm that. Because, see, I don't hate my baby's daddy, but what you're not going to do is threaten to kill my baby's daddy and his wife, Angela. And what you're not going to do is play all these provoke and gaslight games, terrorize me, and recruit other people to do all these horrible things to me. Because, see, I noticed something when Ava DuVernay mentioned KG. KG is my baby daddy's cousin on the other side. Bobo is his cousin on the other side, and they're from New York. So those cases that they caught are serious cases. So while John was playing my face, I started putting things two together. I said, damn. So I'm getting went after because I have a child by the same person who got arrested on DEA cases. And he's not a DEA agent, as far as I know. So it looks like Jason Ryan Grasty is Henry on those same cases. What do you know? Jonathan Jason know my baby's father. Y'all dated me to get more information about my baby's father. I didn't goddamn have. So let's go here. Y'all know I'm all about receipts. And since people like to talk to me about Whitney receipts, Whitney is my cousin. I don't care how she died, not my problem. Aaliyah is my cousin. I don't care how she died, not my problem. Yep. So let's hit the date and timestamp of Marquise Wiley, the same one that doxed my account on Tasha's behalf. So look at the date and timestamp, Marcus Wiley, 2 years ago. So now you guys know that I wasn't lying about any of this. I'm not your sister. So Tasha Kibi's minions who did all her dirty work, either you turn on Tasha Kibi or you're going to stand trial. You dox my Twitter account, you terrorize me, and you harass me. Because Tasha is Nikki's minion. Karen's dumbass homegirl. Karen, who works at Rock Nation. I did my homework. So on the digital highway, here's a few definitions to start off this dialogue in such a manner. Respondent, law, a defendant in a lawsuit, especially in an appeals or divorce case. So when a woman comes down here and calls me Miss Petty, and this man documents separated and shit, I thought he was talking about Michelle. She died. He was married to her. Okay. So when I told you I didn't know whether there was a marriage arising out of forgery in documents, I meant that. So when I told you guys if I find out that I was married and a man did this to me and my own husband did this to me, I would divorce him. I meant that. So when a bitch comes down here and calls me Miss Petty, then I got a problem. And yes, I would want that divorce. Because let me solidify Jennifer Huff's case. Sunday Grayson is the cousin of Marissa Rochelle Grayson in California, Esquire. Alice's daughter. So let's go further. Marissa Rochelle Grayson is married to a guy from New York. Sunday Grayson's family members. So Sunday Grayson is the same one that was doing dirty work for Nikki and Kenny. John David Allison, Kenny, Petty Sour. The same one that played about Tupac. Okay? So posthumous, I'm going to make sure on MLK Day that there's a level of straightening here because Big Z Martinez mentioned MLK to me. What about him? I don't know how he died. I don't give a shit. You mentioned Malcolm X to me, and I don't know how he died, and I don't give a shit. Because that's not for me to find out, and I don't care. But what you're not going to do is threaten me, assassination, killing me, or harming me, just like Randy Orton, who said he was a legend killer, and somebody called me a legend on my step. So I dare one of you asshats to try me, or put a hand on me, and see what happens. So I want you guys to understand this WWE McMahon. Sasha Banks' homeboy, because she's either fucking the senior or the junior. And since Joel Solofatu is the same one that was from Chicago, and he's Rikishi's nephew, and The Rock Johnson, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, who was in Kentucky where I was stationed at before, they can all explain all the shit. Because let me remind $7, I never cheated in school, I studied. And not only did I study, I literally studied a long time to pass my classes, and I'm autistic, I'm functioning. You can ask Tria. It tracked me in school. Plus, we had to respond to lockdown browser, asshole. So while you were around here playing petty, pussy, nasty, out-of-order games, you told on yourself. And I do not want shit to do with you. And I would not do business with you because you crossed the goddamn line. And once I have to question your integrity or your intent, and you play psychological head games, and you play all these domestic terroristic games, you embarrass me just like Marcus Wiley did, and they stalked me under catfish accounts, just like Glenn Carter, Treasure Lane, and he was on my stuff talking about psilocybin. I don't forget anything, I don't forget voices. I don't forget how people talk. I mean, that's how I was able to synthesize Monica Toomer, Allison's voice, and know that she was using a synthesizer. And people told her on it. That was the same one that was playing nasty games on the phone. Just like Rachel did, John's ex-wife. And I cussed her clean out. She was on my Ring Central playing those nasty-ass games. I don't hate Ring Central because it helped me to prove my case. Those letters you saw. The only people who are mad that I was proving my case are the same ones who provoked me and gaslit me, and Miss Petty's damn dumbass games blew up in her face. Trying to protect her piece of shit husband, who knows all her dirty-ass secrets. That's what this is all about. That's why they married. Because a wife doesn't have to testify against her husband, but I'm going to make it easy for a wife to testify against her husband. Because your husband can't threaten to extort you. Your husband can't threaten to do all these different things and tell your dirty little secrets to keep you from telling what's going on, especially if they exonerate you from a bunch of shit, dummy. So I'm helping women, even though they've done dirty things to me and played about my aunt and uncle, BET, body, yaddy, yaddy. So when you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. And I'm an honorable stand-up type of woman. And I've already cussed Nikki out a couple of times. She's the same one who followed me on this old account. I'm on this new account. Let me show you. And I showed you the actual fake accounts that were coming on there and following me under Onika's name. But I know her fake accounts, so I know it's her. So all this playing in my damn face and shit, I'm going to tell Nikki one thing. You can't sue Jennifer for shit when you terrorized her for real. The U.S. Marshals have the documents, just like you did me, dummy. You don't have a fucking case. And when I was on Goddess TV and I saw the house, I'm making sure it's solid. That same house with the green shutters and white on the outside, in between two houses, and it has a fence on it, and Kenny's car is parked outside of it, you're going your shitbag ass to jail. Because that's the same two-story house that he told me he lived in. He told me this when we were younger, and he also told me this again when we were older. So when he drove his musty ass up there, he stayed in Tina Lawson's house. She bought that house. The one by Rockaway Boulevard and by the bus station. So I almost had a heart attack and stroke, and I cried, and I got sick, because I realized that same picture that John showed me is the same goddamn house. Stupid. The only reason why you're mad is because you realize you're a dummy and a doormat. And you sat up here and terrorized people, and you had your dumbass minions, Tasha Transrain and Kibi, around here doing your dirty work, Monica Toomer Allison, because they're industry connected. The industry's not the problem, like I said. And I told the industry I would do this for free, because I'm not going to ever want to do industry unless they ask me and beg me to do it. Other than that, I'm not doing it. Because at the end of the day, I don't care about being in industry. I got industry family. If I wanted to be famous, I could have done that already. I'm directly related to people from WNBA, boxers, all kind of people. I don't care. I don't F with them like that. But if I needed them, I needed a leg up, what you're not going to do is threaten their family members who are not famous. And those are my direct, immediate family members. And that's why I got a problem with all this. Because you're not going to threaten to kill my mom, my adopted mom. You're not going to threaten to kill my mom. You're not going to sit there and say my mom orchestrated to have hits done on my life. And my mom's like, I didn't do that. I would never do that. And your real mom would never do that. So I'm calling you out on your shit because you terrorized me on social media. You terrorized my family. You threatened the life of my daughter. You threatened the life of my sister, who's Department of Defense personnel. And just so you know, my mother is a first-generation Department of Defense personnel daughter. So adjacently me as an adopted daughter means I get the same damn protections, fool. So you sat here and terrorized me and tampered with my car, which is considered domestic terrorism, domestic abuse, and deadly homicidal acts, and conspiracy to commit murder and homicide. So it looks like you caught a federal case on top of that, and the long arm of the law is if there's over $75,000 worth of damage, it means it can go from state to state, fool. So it looks like the $50,000 worth of damage to my house, and it's been assessed. And then the damages to my car, which is in the amount of $21,000 plus tax. You're talking about a $25,000 car, the first one, and then a $23,000 car, and after you do the tax, $24,000. It means that your ass is going to get sued for all that, and you're going to replace my shit by court order, whether you like it or not. And a dirty ass husband or dustbin will be paying for it his dirty new wife. Because see, you can only be married to two women in two different states. We learned these cases in law school. That y'all fucked up my law degree. So let me show you proof of that. Because I'm so sick of y'all to the point, I'm going to show you proof that I took law classes. You see this book? This is required in criminal law, CJ justice. Okay? So when I decided to get these definitions, it's also in the same book. Okay? Dictionary of legal terms, definition explanations for non-lawyers. Okay? Because when you're in pre-legal, pre-law school, you're not considered a lawyer. So they give you this book. Okay? Until you become a lawyer, then you get a regular legal textbook. Okay? So not only did you mess up my degree, pre-legal, pre-law, criminal justice, but I showed immediate cause for the DEA, FBI, Department of Justice to knock down your doors with a no-knock warrant because of the levels of provoke and gaslight, and then for you to be deported under Immigration Customs Enforcement, Department of Homeland Security, for identifying and shutting down vulnerabilities in borders, economic, transportation, infrastructure, security, and then on top of detention and removal of those that create problems, fugitive aliens or criminal people, removal from the United States, investigations, intelligence, internal affairs. ICE works closely with a broad range of enforcement authorities. That includes up to Department of Justice, DEA, CIA, Customs and Border Protection, and Department of Homeland Security. So I went through every chain of command when I called and complained. Department of Homeland Security, when Nikki Haley was there, I complained to Department of Justice, and I complained to the FBI. So that was the original complaint. So it looks like the FBI, Department of Justice, DEA, USCIS, the Citizen and Immigration Services, Portability, Green Card, Legal Permanent Resident, all is covered because even with my birth, I'm still covered because I was adopted. So it makes me an American citizen. So I will never be deported. Okay. I'm also the daughter adopted of an Indian. My mother is half Indian and half Black, my adopted mother. So it means that the Cherokee Indian and the Blackfoot Indian through the generations from the 14th century all the way up to the 18th century with my granddaddy, Alexander. So it means that we're still from a tribal clan and family with my granny, Minnie, my Fanny's mother. So great grandma Minnie saved my life. So did my mommy. Because she's Indian. Woo! So my great granddaddy is a First World War veteran. He's still under Department of Defense because when my granddaddy died, Alexander, who my little girl is named after, Alexandria, a little alley cat is named after her granddaddy, Department of Defense personnel. So it makes any of my seed protected under Department of Defense because of my mammy, who's the daughter of a direct Department of Defense personnel and an Indian. Because my mommy was smart to register my granddaddy and get all of his Social Security paperwork and whatnot done before he died. So he was able to get veterans benefits. Stupid. So that makes all of us, my whole family, Department of Defense dependents, per stirpies, with federal protections. Fool. I hate the name call, but that's my depth of perception of your foolish, nasty, stupid antics. That's why I'm saying it. That's my depth of perception. So it's not name calling. And then I want you guys to understand as respondents, defendants in a lawsuit, especially one that it goes in appeals or lawsuits for criminal liability, civil liability, degradation, humiliation, torment, emotional abuse, tormenting, gaslighting, and then a bad, nasty divorce that's going to arise out of emotional abuse, tormenting, operating in bad faith, harassing, terrorizing, and provoking, and gaslighting and bullying. That means that I'll be getting all of the restitution and whatnot. And if a nasty ass husband would provoke his own wife, then that wife can cite insufferable, intolerable emotional abuse, tormenting, gaslighting, embarrassment, inhumane mistreatment, and gaslighting and bullying on grounds of operating in bad faith, hurting and harming his family and his marriage. So the bitch that came down here and called me Miss Petty, good luck. Tell Mr. Petty, pay up. So the litigator, opponent in law, contestant, or the person contesting the marriage, are saying, I want a goddamn divorce. It means even if a divorce arises out of deceit, misconduct, or lying, or forgery. So when you put separated and shit like that, I find out we're married, I want my damn divorce, and you're going to pay me my money. Fuck you, pay. Then a person who relies on something, especially when supplying information for a level of responding to anything, that's an example, responding to an advertisement, responding to a survey or questionnaire, or anything that comes into electronic record and becomes a level of concrete record. So it means that there's a level of electronic record that's concrete to seal the deal and you go into prison. And I don't have to be a witness like I was threatened. And when you go to threatening my family, and my family threatens me not to be a witness, witness to what? Domestic terrorism, domestic abuse, emotional abuse, tormenting, gaslighting, legal abuse, using medical abuse, medical kidnap of a child, invasion of privacy, emotional abuse, tormenting, misdiagnosis. It's like the example in 1944 movie Gaslight. Karen Valentine's husband terrorized her, provoked her, gaslighted her to make her question her sanity or her reality. So I think I have a solid case because I'm going to give you an example of precedence. A person who relies to something, especially a level of response to a level of litigation, lawsuit, or having to be a what we call material witness. That would be Tasha transferring to Kiwi on behalf of the case against Nikki. That several people need to be bringing at Mr. Petty and their nasty out of order antics in industry. Those that were affected in their business, their monies, and things like that. Those that participated, you are no longer considered a victim, especially when you start victimizing someone who's the target. Okay? So Ms. Akbar V, you need to turn state and you need to actually hurry up and fess up because you're the same one who sat there and said production stuff and you're Young Thug's baby mama. So Young Thug, you need to be telling your baby mama to fess up because since she had Tammy, Waka Waka's wife, on my Twitter, asked me, do you want me to advertise your stuff and blah, blah, blah. But Akbar V was messing with the same person that I was with. Looks like it's all interconnected. The same Akbar that was sitting up there, Nikki's homegirl. Looks like 6 degrees separated again. Because the same man said, I'm going to go home to my wife. No, you're not. You're going to be divorced. And you're going to keep that nasty smut bucket you screwed and stay with her. So, when we think about this in an adjective, in the position of defendant in a lawsuit, respondent, defendant will have to stand trial for all their gross levels of misconduct, libel, slander, harassment, domestic terrorism, emotional abuse, invasion of privacy, unlawful eavesdrop, and technology-facilitated abuse and inhumane mistreatment, and doxing me, terrorizing me, harassing me, bullying me, and emotionally abusing me, and messing up my brand. So let's go duality here and look at Cardi B's case, where she has a slam dunk case. Because at this point, Cardi B has lost plenty of advertisements, has lost plenty of brand deals because of her participation. Cardi B has ended up looking stupid on the internet. It's affected her family. And it's affected how she is with her husband. I've been through the same. I no longer want a man touching me. I cannot stand men based on what I've been dealing with. It doesn't mean that I started out hating men. I don't. In the beginning, I didn't. Because I thought about Shekinah Joe, who's been terrorized and threatened and provoked and gaslit because she's connected to Clifford and Tiny Harris, who my FedEx John David Allison, Kenny Petty worked for. The same one that he ran his mouth to his mama, who was extorting T.I. and Tiny, who Tasha Transfer and Kiwi interviewed. So T.I. and Tiny needed to be suing the brakes off of Tasha Transfer and Kiwi too. Karen Civil and Nikki's stupid ass. Says everything's a joke. And it's so funny. So it looks like I've dug Mr. and Mrs. Cottle Harris out of their shed. But I'll be goddamn if their dumbass daughter threatens me because of their stupid ass stepdaddy's damn indiscretions. In Atlanta. So Akbar V, who is Candy Burr's, oh, you mean Agent Burr's cousin, who was around here playing these stupid games. You want stupid prizes. So it looks like each one of you shit and fell in it, and you deserve every bit of the smoke. So it looks like Pedro was talking and telling the truth. So it looks like everybody who was mentioning all these different crimes and things like that was telling the truth. Y'all wanted to silence certain people because they were telling the truth about your raggedy asses. And Funky Dineva Ross says you want to be a hypocrite. What a rich cars, but a Honda cars be at? You're Becky with the bald head. Everybody was talking about. So it looks like Petty in Miami when he was fucking Nicole Stavala was fucking you too. And you're T.S. Madison, Mandy Manhorn's people. Lee, turn you up. But my real name is Lee. And all of you who want to mention my first name, go to hell. Brandy, Ray J's sister. Weren't you the same one who killed somebody with a car? And you got off on that? I would think you would sit your cockroach-looking ass down and tell Miss Sonia to put a duct tape over your mouth. Anybody got any questions? Because I don't like being played with. And when my aunts and uncles and cousins watch this pay shit, and Lyrica Sr., Lyrica Anderson's mother said she was going to get STFU, and you thought this shit was funny to do, and Radisha Ali, Nikki's homegirl, thought it was funny, talking about she was on site, and you registered a site called On Site, but I said things were on site in my house when I see you hoes. Explain that in federal court. Because the police were listening to all the shit because my house was wired unlawfully, illegally. And they were able to use that to tap in and see what was going on. So it looks like you miserable whores got in trouble and they have proof. Because at first I was mad about the invasion of privacy, but then I was like, hey, they're literally protecting my black ass for real. I'm not mad at the police. I'm restoring their integrity because Pensacola Police Department, Atlanta PD, New York PD, and LAPD have been able to tap the same thing and hear all the same shit. So all the stories are the same and match up. All the dates match up. And you stupid morons and your minions are going to jail. So Miss Thompson, A. Thompson, and then Mr. T. Thompson, and then on top of that, Mr. B. Simmons, and the rest of you raggedy folks who thought it was funny to play all those provoking gaslight games, it backfired in your goddamn face. Because your homegirls, those Armenians, are going to jail. Because I was briefed on those cases. I was pulled into a room, and these floors are connected to Trump. Kimmy Cakes was up there going to Daddy Donald and crying. So, you can explain the hits. And when people say the Russians have bounties on my head, now you know what sluts did it. Because John worked for those fucking whores. Yes, they're whores, because they are. They used to sleep with my cousin Ray J. And I do not goddamn like them. And I never will. They're despicable scumbags. They try to make Kanye look crazy, but anybody would be crazy married to a narcissistic bitch and her stupid ass family from hell. And they are DEA informants because David Patrick is Dan Patrick's brother. DEA agent 1991, 1993. Dan Patrick, DEA. David Patrick sat me in that car and said, we're trying to help you. Oops. So by the time it's all said and done, DEA doesn't hate me, they hate you. CIA doesn't hate me, they hate you. FBI doesn't hate me, they hate you. And each one of you who did this. Because you made them look stupid. So that's not to say anything, and I didn't. Until I felt comfortable enough to mop the floor with each one of you and have receipts. So in the position of lawsuit, the respondent defendant replying to something, especially anything that someone surveys or questions them about, like Tasha Transmitted Kibi's intent and malice and harm, involving denoting a response, especially conflicted reflex to a specific stimulus. So you mean terrorism, provoke, gaslight, bullying, domestic violence, invasion of privacy, going in medical records, unlawfully, illegally accessing medical records, going in people's records. So I outlined like what's his name, Kelvin Hunter's situation with Sharina and the IT tampering and whatnot that Sharina did and whatnot, because all of them are trying to find out who the fuck did it. So a lot of people were trying to find out what happened. So I'm aware of who was tapping my shit. Because Wendy was on Wiley's shit trying to find out who went in her husband's records and embarrassed the fuck out of her. Plus, Treasury Kibi, you and Wiley can explain that shit. Because Wiley's not the problem. Tasha is. Because that same Chelsea girl is the same one that did shit to Jason Lee. Just like Karen Civil did to Jason Lee and broke into his website. Just like Uzziah Zeke Allison did to me. And he's still connected to those Armenian whores and Nikki. Miss Carter's dumbass homegirl. Because I don't hate Miss Carter per se. I don't like Nikki. Because the same problematic cow is responsible for all this shit and her dirty ass minion, Tasha. And Chelsea is around here trying to finesse Von Ray, but Von Ray used to date Jeffree Star. I don't have a problem with Jeffree Star. I don't dislike him. But when it's becoming an obvious problem that you're affecting major brands, minor brands, and household brands that have yet to go take off yet, then I have a problem with it because these same people are all victims of the same handful of jackasses who have fucked up. Greed-driven people who create and cause problems and damn near got people killed. Because you don't want to admit that some of y'all are informants. That's fine. I'm not here to prove that, although I did. But if you know you affected other people's families, right your wrongs. Because see, here's the thing. How I got affected is my baby's daddy was arrested, not me. I wasn't even there at that time because I was in elementary. I met my baby's daddy when I was grown. So it means I'm telling the truth. Because that same year that all happened is when they said I looked like Oprah Winfrey. I consider it an honor. She's beautiful. And I hope she sues the shit out of Isaac Allison because he's the same one that was doing IT for everybody. Industry. And his dirty ass wife was listening to all their pillow talk and running her goddamn mouth. Monica Toomer Allison, all about the tea. Oops. And everybody's dirty little secrets were being spread around, and everybody's getting provoked and gaslit. So I was glad when John Yates doxed her, because his wife was Barbara Yates, 2012 Officer Barbara Yates. So now you know the interlinks. I don't have a problem with John Yates. I don't know him. I dare him to sit there and try to ding my damn platform for talking about him. But your wife is the reason why there was a lot of misdocumentation. Your wife is the reason why a lot of shit went wrong, sir. So since you like calling people niggers and stuff, John Yates, then you can explain that because other people have called you out about it. And I'd like for you to stop using the word nigger in order for you to keep your YouTube account. Because you did a real huge thing. Because you were able to dox Monica and tell the truth about her raggedy ass. And I thank you for that. But would you please refrain from using the N-word? Because I hate it. Just like Sam's jackass, my student, who used the word N-word, and I told him multiple times, and he wanted to keep on provoking and playing in my face. But I no longer talk to Sam. Because he wanted to keep playing provoking gaslight games, so I blocked him. Until he learns how to act and treat me with respect as a teacher. Until then, he will remain blocked or indefinitely blocked because I gave him 3 times to stop playing stupid games. So he wants stupid prizes. He's from the UK. And what I'm not going to do is be provoked and gaslit and irritated and aggravated. And what I'm not going to do is have somebody getting my personal life and playing in my goddamn face and trying to throw it in my face when I address all the things that he does. Because he kind of looks like Drake, but not really. And what I don't like is when somebody plays in my damn face and likes to provoke gaslight. Because I addressed Sam about all these same situations and these same key players who are connected to the same lousy bitch. Because I'm going to debunk something for you guys. Aubrey Drake Graham was on my Facebook, 2012. So was Onika Tiny Mirage Petty. So was Dwayne Michael Carter. From Young Money, Cash Money. Dwayne Michael Carter did a favor. And I thank him. Because Dwayne Michael Carter is Lil Wayne. Jason knows him. Because Baby has gypped Aubrey Drake Graham out of money. Has gypped Nikki Onika Tiny Mirage Petty out of money. And literally gypped Lil Wayne out of money. Regine Carter out of money for therapies from her father. So Brian Birdman Baby Williams, who rented out the house to Nikki, needs to explain all this shit because he's 3 months behind on that house out there in California. Oh, you mean the same one that used to take Angelique Grasty Gaines, who was running her dick sucker in 2012, about the same house? She had the one in Miami and you had the one in LA because she gave up the house in Chicago. Angelique Gaines Grasty dumped you because she thought you didn't have any money. Medina from WeTV. Jason's cousin, Kenneth Gaines Grasty's granddaughter. Jason's cousin, Kimberly Grasty, Adrienne Kim Grasty Rogers Wells. Adrienne Sport Henderson's dumbass people. So all this gas cans, putting them in my line of sight, terrorizing me, provoking me, gaslighting. The man across the street needs to explain that. Let's make sure we do a close-up here. So you can see everything for what it is. Chanel Schuler, who's Nehemiah Johnson, Hank Johnson, DEA Hank Johnson for California's father. They can explain all of that. Provoking and gaslighting to Chanel Schuler as soon as I got off the phone with them in the ACAP office in Florida. decided that she wanted to call back to Escambia County, they can explain that in federal court, civil court, county court, criminal court. And all the legal abuses and provoking me and gaslighting me. And then on top of that, it's affirmative that they did this, and the police have thrown Jason underneath the bus. They've threw John Rogers underneath the bus. They've thrown every one of their corrupt officers underneath the bus, including Melissa Lawson and Tina Lawson underneath the bus, and Caitlin underneath the bus. So while my next door neighbor wants to talk about insurance, they're collateral. So here's the picture, and that was 2019. See, I want you guys to understand we weren't in COVID until 2020. So none of these asshats have a leg to stand on. And let me give you guys more proof of brutality and all the provoke and gaslight that they did to me across the line. Just one moment, y'all. I want you guys to understand this. Why you don't listen to liars, provokers, and bullies. And you tampered one too many cell phones. You tampered 7 cell phones, 5 computers. This is from the day that I was punitive detained, and I got home on the 19th. This is what the police officers did when they dug those shits in my arm, just like Officer Matthew Markle did. The white one that called me niggers back in 2012 when they didn't have cameras. This is the same shit the black woman did to me this time. So it's not white or black thing. That's from handcuffs, from King Outer, Linda Archie, Linwood, and Larry provoking me, gaslighting me all day long from 8 o'clock all the way to 3:20 p.m. And these are like the same type of marks that I got in 2012 when I was gaslit, provoked, and freaked out and got me petitoed. And I want my FedEx and this nasty ass mother who played my face about something that happened in 2012 and 2013, and I want warrants for her arrest. Because this same man, Larry, who has a Habitat house next to my house, needs warrants for his arrest. King out of Linda Archie, who lives next door to him, and here's the gas cans that were on that porch. So I want you guys to see it, what the fat lady that's next door to Levant Bryant did. So you see the date and time. Here it is. So by the time I get through tearing up these terroristic asshole neighbors and I get them the fuck up out of here on domestic terrorism charges, and then on top of that, sue the brakes off the city and county, I was telling the damn truth. And here's Sasha Banks' car that she was in, the one I told her to move over there in the driveway after the police left. So this Mercedes Bernardo's jackass who sat there and told us to gaslight lies on behalf of McMahon, I want her gone. Now, does it make it clear? I kept proof. So look at the date of that. That was all on that same day. So it looks like several years of domestic terrorism provoked gaslight, and this same lady next door, King out of Linda Archie, Linwood, Larry, and Gowda need to be going to jail because they're the same ones that were playing all these provoked gaslight games and the people across the street. So Officer 54, who went to this lady's house, who wanted to play all this nasty behind games, and told them to call the cops after they brought their family over to tell lies, I have proof. And I want this woman up out of here. I want my neighbor, because I called Habitat about him. I want his ass to fuck up out of here, or domestic terrorism. Because Larry sat there with this nasty thing that's sitting too close to my property line, and sat there and called me bitches and, oh, you can't use your degree and this, that, and the other. Yes, I can. It can be transferred, and the name can be changed on it. So not only will I civilly criminally sue them for libel, slander, defamation of character, and King Otto, the one with the blue shutters, that sat there and said, I'll handle this bitch. I'll call the cops for her ass. Or I'll call CPS. I want the sorry, nasty ass woman out of here. And I want the police to go pick her up for lying for years. Because those same cases, I was brought into a room and they lied to federal agents. So not only is that obstruction of justice, just one moment, though. Not only is that obstruction of justice, but it's willful lying to law enforcement. Kind of like several individuals did to protect their own self from engaging in libel, slander, medical misdiagnosis, and kidnap, and they participated. So in a questionnaire or a DEA questionnaire or FBI questionnaire or CIA questionnaire or a federal case, RICO, racketeering influence corrupt organization case, when you lie in accordance with current medical guidelines and also non-medical guidelines, in the law, in the position of defendant in a lawsuit, it means you sat there and weighed your levels of being protected under federal law and state law and federal Trump state. I learned that in law class. And since you all fucked up my degree, I can still use my degree because I went to HR. And that encompasses law, legal, and the punitive damages, special damages, consequential damages, and nominal damages, a trivial sum awarded as a recognition of legal injury was sustained through slight or tort, or to vindicate the plaintiff's claim there was no recoverable loss can be established, or a recoverable loss can be established. So the nominal damages are actually valid. It means your willful malicious conduct would reward exemplary punitive damages. I'm showing how Cardi B can win her damages lawsuit just like I can. And then double damages, or twice or three times the amount of damages that a court or jury would normally award, recoverable for certain kinds of injuries pursuant to state authorizing double or treble recovery. These damages are intended in certain instances of punishment for improper behavior, negligence, or antitrust violations, or often awarded in levels of domestic terrorism, domestic abuse, domestic torment, or habitual terrorism, harassment, invasion of privacy lawsuits, slander, libel, defamation of character lawsuits. And when you failed to protect my data, or you stole my data, or you did things like this, I'm awarded special damages, and then general damages, actual damages, and expectation of damages in full. Because I'm a naturalized citizen and a natural citizen, and the Citizen Immigration and Services protects as well. And then on top of that, the legal permanent resident and legal permanent citizen, which I've been in the United States well over 30 years, which makes me a legal resident and a legal citizen. And a natural born citizen, because one of my parents is United States and one of my parents is English. So that makes me a United States citizen dual. So it means I'm protected in the UK government and also as well as the United States government. And Interpol can intervene because I'm a dual citizen and a protected citizen and a special class citizen and special victim from birth, which means the sealed records at the top level covers all those protections, and it means Interpol can pick your stupid asses up. And since you took your musty ass over there and you played with a billionaire, that means that billionaire can sue your ass and his homeboy and have his homeboy deported back to the United States. And then his homeboy, John Kenny Petty, will be going to prison, and his dirtbag homeboy will be in Fort Knox, Tennessee, or Kentucky, I think. So it means that I've outlined how international, how far you took this, and it means that Nikki's dumbass will be going to jail, right along with her husband, if she doesn't turn state on her husband. So she's got a choice. And Tasha Transmini Kiwi has a choice to sue Nikki because you did her dirty work. And when you've tried to violate my civil rights through felonious trying to do civil death, a common law, civil death was the status given to a person, though alive, been convicted of any type of thing, or sentenced, or improperly sentenced, or imprisonment. So a civil death will be liable and things like that of you being put in jail for life for inhumane mistreatment, domestic terrorism, civil rights violations, and next friend violations, for using someone in the level of contorting the law or participating in out of order, non-societal levels of domestic terrorism, emotional abuse, out of order, provoking, gaslighting, domestic terrorism, invasion of privacy, inhumane mistreatment, and domestic abuse, and also resulting in possible impeding death from health deterioration, health damages, and economic damages, environmental damages. So all this shit y'all did, and then Katrina saying I was sitting on a ticking time bomb. Let there be a bomb underneath my house. They better dismantle it. I doubt there is, but playing word salad, domestically terrorizing and fear mongering someone to think that there's a bomb in their house, then I want you sued for all the scaremongering, crazy make. And then I want OBT&E who tampered my AC unit, OBT&E who tampered my car, all to be standing trial because the domestic terrorism and domestic violence and domestic abuse goes to federal at that point. That's RICO, Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organization. So B, who knows O, and sat with her and had a meeting, they can all explain that in federal court. Civil damages and civil acts. So when I had to do civil disobedience, refusal to obey, or things like that, or demonstrating its unfairness or societal undesirability, generally does not apply to violent efforts to oppose the law. I wasn't being violent. I literally had violence done to me, and when I responded in a hostile manner, it means civil disobedience. So it means each one of you provoked and gaslit me, terrorized me, and death threatened me, and when I respond to you in the same manner, you can't sue me for shit because I was responding to what you did. And anything that you sat here and did to me on STFU, I'm tweeting. And then I turned this over to the Department of Justice, who saw all those letters. So all those letters you saw me write were sent to the Department of Justice. They have all the letters. And just so you know, FBI agent Comey is the one who I respond to in my emails. But her emails! So it looks like the FBI dotted their I's and crossed their T's. So I just wanted to share that with you all. Let's go to the next word, defendant. An individual, company, or institution sued or accused in court, compare with plaintiff. The defendant tried to claim that it was self-defense. It's not self-defense when you put someone in danger. It's not self-defense when you try to attempt to homicide someone. It's not self-defense when you terrorize someone or you use school districts or counties at your own weaponizing someone, provoking them, gaslighting them, or making them a pawn in your levels of psychiatric abuse, emotional abuse, domestic terrorism, invasion of privacy, technology facilitated abuse. So you're no longer using self-defense as a level of protections. I can because you terrorized me, provoked me, gaslit me, technology abuse, invaded my privacy, domestically terrorized me, messed with my front door, messed with my home, messed with the shingles, and it was confirmed that Linwood was on my house while I was gone taking off shingles, and he will be getting all the charges and whatnot because he's the one who lied to the feds in the first place. So the defendant tried to claim that it was self-defense. It's no longer self-defense when you're provoking, gaslighting, terrorizing an autistic, high-functioning person. And not only did you create discriminatory bias with the police department, but they acted in bad faith because of each one of you lying and telling lies in 2012, 2013, something that Monica Turner Allison played in my face about. Certain things I had to go through because you liars sat there and lied on me. So, synonyms: accused, prisoner at the bar, appellant, litigant, respondent, suspect, suspected persons. So that would be like Linwood, Larry, Kenyatta, Linda, Archie, and then Lorenzo Bryant, who's a police officer, and his brother, Levant Bryant, Giselle Bryant, and them people, Kobe Bryant, and sister and brother, and Jamal Bryant, who's related to Giselle Bryant. So all this petty shit that they did, and Onika went over there to Bravo. She could explain all that with Andy Cohen, Leora Cohen's people, and the Cohen sisters who did the IT tampering to vote gaslight. We can explain that all in federal court, since everything's a joke. Because Lee Daniels was sitting in that meeting with Kaya Motormouth and T.S. Madison, the same one who had the Darth Vader mask, who's Nikki's homegirl. Lipstick Alley already provided that proof to the feds too. Because y'all all played too many games and it backfired. So when we think about libel, let's go to the next part. Libel is a published false statement that is damaging to a person's reputation. A written defamation, compare with slander, defamation, defamation of character, character assassination. You mean the things that they did to me? Or threatened to assassinate me because I was telling the truth? So you can't character assassinate, and you can't threaten to assassinate someone because they're telling the truth about the things that you did. What you did to me was out of malice, libel, slander, harassment. Same thing that Tosh Kiwi did to Cardi B. Who wants to smoke now? Because, see, I'm not a person who's a stand-up woman. I'm not the type of person to terrorize someone for no goddamn reason. I'm not the person that would harass someone. I don't even stalk my exes because I'm too lazy and I don't like them. And then even if I like someone, I'm still not going to stalk you because I'm just lazy. Lazy people make the best workers because they find the simplest route to get things done. I simply don't like to make things harder than they are. And I simply don't like to over-explain either. So I do the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Because I don't like to act stupid, and I don't like me to look stupid either. So I decided to make sure that you guys understood terminology as I close this out. In admiralty and escalations, ecclesiastical law, a plaintiff's written declaration. So when you go to the FBI, DEA, or Department of Justice, or CIA, and they ask you questions when they're doing depositions, and you have the nerve to lie to them, then you've altered an outcome of a case. Then you've also created obstruction of justice. So therefore, your slander, your harassment, and your libel that you sat there and said you did it out of self-defense, how are you self-defending yourself when you harassed and provoked a person who is otherwise a victim of your harassment and engaging in domestic terrorism, racketeering, influence, corrupt organization, or organizational levels of emotional abuse, tormenting, gaslighting, and using organizations at your disposal to libel and slander and harass someone? Make it make sense. Because a lawyer will ask you the same thing. How are you defending yourself? Just like Tasha Transfinikivi tried to say, I was only repeating something, but you used a platform, YouTube, to slander another party. You use Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram to play all these games with other people who are also the target of Monica Tumor Allison, all about the tea. You both were in cahoots, like Chelsea was in cahoots. Who says she's going to do the same thing Tasha Transfinikivi's done? Because the audio is sitting right there. Because Vaughn was smart enough to record Chelsea saying she's going to be the next Tasha Transfinikivi and do more than her. And luck, how are you going to do more than her when you're going to be sitting in jail right along with Tasha Transfinikivi, Chelsea? You're no victim. Because what y'all did to Stormisha, Storm Monroe, was wrong. Because I went to high school with him. I know who he is. He was in Arizona. So just like DMX was in Arizona State Prison with Penn. Oh, you mean Jason's homeboy? Darkman X is my hero. Just like my father is my hero, but I'm pissed off at him. I'm nuclear upset with him. Because he had to trigger and traumatize me to tell the truth. And I thank my father because he saved my life. I don't want to talk to you, but thank you. I'm humble enough to say thank you, but I'm pissed off with you. There was a time when I wanted to dance with my father. There was a time when I wanted to level my father's soul and make up for lost time, but I no longer do. Because the hurt and harm that's been done to me is too far deep. And because of selfish decisions in their teenage years, and they produced 2 children, you've affected me and my sister. And I want nothing to do with none of you. Because your scandals and your bullshit and a stupid grandmother who wanted to cover up her black grandkids and her dirtbag daughter who wanted to act like she didn't have kids before she was married can go to hell. I have nothing nice to say about it. Because her sadistic antics and her cover-ups and her scandals affected me still. That's when you have a self-defense. Because when I have to defend myself or act out of character to defend myself, then that is self-defense. But when you act in a malicious manner and harm someone, you slander them, you libel them, you harass them, you domestically terrorize them, you tell people that you got agents on payroll, you got police on payroll, we can have you killed, we can have you murdered, nobody will care, then I got a problem with that. Because one thing about it, I was told, trust the process. Also read on Illuminatium on Twitter, on Facebook, trust the process. What's gone in the dark will come to the light. In the age of Illuminati. Because at the end of the day, none of this is Illuminati. None of it. I literally decided to read up on some things because I was interested. I was interested in 2013. I let John's dumbass sit up there and play in my face. How do you want to go and deal with that? And he got my ear. But then I said, what's wrong with it? So it piqued my curiosity. So I decided to join in 2017. So let's look at the timeline. How this is not an Illuminati situation. Because if I joined in 2017 to learn about it, read up on it, they're the people who lit a candle for me, who helped me through my hardship, who told me, don't cry. It's going to be okay. Keep going. So if I decided not to join in 2013 because somebody got my goddamn ear, and then years later, I decided to join in 2017 when I'm sick as a dog, I'm at my wit's end, and I still want to know about this, and I pick up this little testament. I'll show it to you guys. I bought this little testament, okay? First testament. Then I bought this because I wanted to see what it was about.
So I read this book. One of my favorite pages is the most terrifying fear of someone with power is losing the power that makes them someone. So that will make anybody, no matter what high level they're at in life, do anything. So none of this has anything to do with Illuminati. This is just life. It's also in the Bible. The Bible was written way before the text of Illuminati was written. Illuminati was established by Westpat in the 14th century. The Bible was written long before then, and it was changed 7 times. So in all of that, Illuminati has nothing to do with this shit. You understand what I'm saying? All these antics and buffoonery are out of order. That means you're not in order if you do anything to keep your position of power and authority. That's in the Bible. I can show it to you if you guys want me to pick up the Bible. But see, I'm not a Bible thumping hypocrite. So I learned that this text is just like the Bible, just like the Quran that I read, all 350 pages of that, the Kabbalah, the Torah, which I have to pick up a copy of the Torah to learn about Judaism because I'm trying to explore the Jewish side of me, okay? And I support the Jews, and I'm never going to go against them, okay? And just so you guys understand the diary of Anne Frank, I cried because I sat down and I looked at how they gassed this woman alive. And this is the Holocaust. And I compare what I went through close to the Holocaust because I got gassed alive like the Holocaust Jew. And if that's what happened to Anne Frank, I feel so sorry for her. I feel so sorry for her because of the racism and that people want to purify German blood and things like that, and they didn't want Jewish blood, not knowing that Jews are the closest thing to God. And if you go and read the Bible, you'll understand it. The Israelites and Judaism and all of that. So you'll understand where Jews come from. Israelite, Judaism, okay? So know your history. And when we think about this, and we're thinking about me finding out that I'm half white, half black, I didn't take on black coloring. And I legitimately didn't get protected because I didn't have the right coloring. And I had to find this out on social media. That people had to save our lives and we had to be readopted. So we got readopted twice to cover up the original records. So when these morons went in my records, I knew where they were at. So while Mandy Manwhore, T.S. Madison was on my Twitter provoking, I got tons, and that's Nikki's homegirl, then she can explain all the playing in my face about Lee, because I thought they were talking about certain things. And then I remembered Lee Daniels, who Nikki had to deal with, and that was T.S. Madison's deal with Nikki. So when T.S. Madison harassed me on Twitter and played in my face about Brittany Carpenter, Shane Archie, DEA Shane Archie, Poochie Archie, the same ones that were involved in those cases back then, it made me think, you're around here going in my police records that were documented wrong, because the police ended up telling me why they did it. They wanted to see if people were going in records and playing dumbass games. So they figured out that several people were unauthorized accessing records. So they made sure they documented some records wrong. Some of them that were guilty of making false reports, yes, they are. But as of recent, they updated those reports and they have the links. So the police have literally opened a case, a RICO case, because there's a problem. At the point when they weren't trained properly about technology abuses and whatnot, they didn't have the funding to do their damn job, but you have police officers who bungled those cases. In the beginning, the police more than made up for it because they realized they was telling the truth. So they tap in. Since this asshat decided to invade my privacy and do all this, they wanted to find out what was going on. I'm finding this all out. So not only have the police figured out a bunch of things, Atlanta PD did, LAPD did, New York Police Department did. They have since fired a lot of corrupt officers. They have since turned this over to New York State Department. I'm finding this all out just like you guys. So I did my homework and I realized they had been investigating for 20 years because it's a lot of cases that they needed to solve. I just ended up being a pawn because my baby's dad is from New York. before they moved to Florida. Their families are from New York. So a lot of this has a lot to do with the New York cases, California cases. John's family is from California as well. So there's your links. So while they're around here defamation of character assassinating, and playing all these provoke and gaslight games, and then Big Z Martinez's family is from New York, now you know NAS Big Z Martinez needs to be held accountable for getting on my shit mentioning Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Because John David Allison mentioned Malcolm X and Martin Luther King because we watched the damn movie. And not only am I ready to sue the shit out of them for all the provoke and gaslight, Hollywood Gina Yurby is Kaiser on YouTube. That's Jay-Z's old homegirl from a long time ago. That's Hollywood from Looker's Lounge. She Angela Yurby at the DMV, the same one I cussed clean out because of what they did to me at the DMV. So all these provoke and gaslight games that they did to me and provoked me because Hollywood knows Future. Sierra, baby daddy. I don't hate Future. I just don't like these shitbag ass games. Because Russell Wilson looks like Russell Archie. And when I've been provoked and gaslit one too many times that people threaten to murder my kid, threaten to murder my mom, threaten to kill my mom, both of them, threaten to kill my father, threaten to kill my baby's father, said that they can get away with murder, said they have police on payroll, agents on payroll, then I got a problem with it because I call bullshit. Because that paperwork that's sitting right there that says Title II, 504, rehabilitation rights for discrimination, the feds were aware of it. But when they didn't get the paperwork back for what happened to me for all the abuse and discrimination, they did their own case and investigation, and they were able to debunk all the shit that was going on. So the feds did their job on their time, not my time. So I wanted to make sure I return the favor and make sure everything's cleared up before I have to go to court tomorrow with my daughter because of Destiny Pope, the one that called my child niggers. And this is critical race theory. I spent most of my life identifying as Black, okay? I spent most of my life identifying as a Black female. I avoided all the white side, although we tease each other in the house about white. Me and my sister, her nickname is Shug. Mine is Ann. Bossy little Miss Ann. Hers is Shug. So now you know that I wasn't lying about none of this shit. I know who the fuck I am. I've always known. I just never said anything. So, excuse the language, y'all, I'm sorry. But when you go publish libel, slander, harassment, terrorism, provoke, and gaslight, and you use the publication, Section 230C does not protect any of you. And it is no self-defense argument. So Tasha TransUnion case with Cardi B, she's not going to win. Because without a shadow of a doubt, just like I proved my case, Cardi B proved hers. Because not only did you lie on this girl's sexual health, you lied about diseases. You lied about STDs and STIs. You lied about several things like people did to me, and I don't have nothing. I had my AIDS test in 2018, 2017. Don't have it. I don't have any STDs, not herpes, not syphilis, not gonorrhea, not healed with inflammatory disease, none of that. I don't have any STIs, none of that. I don't even have herpes. So just like Cardi B's case comes out that she doesn't have none of the shit that Tasha said, that's like when I went online and said, is this true? Where did you get this from? Because the difference between me and Tasha is I'm asking, where the hell did you get this from, Tasha? Where is this coming from? Because the video that I watched was Star Marie, where she told this lie on Cardi B because she didn't like Cardi B, but you recruited people who don't like Cardi B, and you did the same thing that people did to me, which means you go out your way to recruit people who don't like me. You go around here interviewing people who don't like me and are willing to lie on me. So it's the same thing. Let's do duality, Cardi B situation. It's the same different situation, but 6 degrees separated, and the same stupid idiots who do the same thing to everybody. But the thing is, between me and Cardi B is I don't know Cardi B. I know of her because of Brittany, Frederick Davis' sister. And then when you create that much drama in Atlanta, you create that much drama in Florida, and you literally create all these disgusting, despicable displays of misconduct, or you have people acting out of character like Cardi B has plenty of times, crying, getting mad on the internet, making her look crazy. I truly cried because I've been in Cardi B's shoes for 10 damn years. I've been in Cardi B's shoes so long, it's pathetic. And I felt for Cardi B because I have a child. Onika has a child. Cardi B has a child. The only difference is Tasha and Onika are childish as shit. Cardi B is not as stupid as she acts. No offense, Cardi B. Cardi is actually very smart. She just acts dumb. I'm very smart. I just act dumb sometimes. And let me tell you something about 48 Laws of Power. And this is written in stone in my mind. You never, rule 1, outshine the master. And then rule 21. Here we go. Play a sucker to catch a sucker. Seem dumber than your mark. So, like Jason used to tell me, stay sucker free and keep it off your face. I did. And he's the one who did the underground album Sucker Free for Nicki Minaj. Onika. So, while I had to act the fool, most of you morons were sitting up there getting scared and you told them yourselves. So, I want to make sure that you guys understand how Jennifer Huff is going to win her case, because I was the one that actually saw it on Goddess TV about Katy Petty's shitbag ass antics. And Goddess is not telling a lie, because that's the same damn house that John showed me the picture. So if you try to hurt Goddess TV, I hope she has adequate protections. I hope All About the Trees has adequate protections. And I hope those that participated in bullying, provoke, and gaslight, you end up dealing with whatever karma is going to get served to you. But when you're threatening and terrorizing people and doxing people and using DCNF as your means to threaten people about their children, then I got a problem with it. Because Gina did the same thing, inviting Monica Truman Allison, All About the Tea, on her platform to mention CPS, like King Out Linda Archie, DEA agent Archie's and them people. And I don't find it funny because the police threw Russell Archie underneath the bus and said he's the one who paid off those officers. And those officers since then have been coded and fired. When you defame, malign, slander, give someone a bad name, or bring a suit against someone in malicious intent or legal abuse, or try to kidnap their children by having the medical misdiagnosed. And the thing is, Francine Ishmael, my actual social worker and also my therapist, had confirmed and told me, because the doctors told her to tell me, she's high functioning. I said, what is high functioning? They said, autistic. I said, what? Autistic? It was the most embarrassing moment to be a real live walking radio, because I watched the movie Radio, my family. Radio is low functioning, but high functioning autistic, developmentally delayed. So what is in my records states developmentally delayed at the time. But unfortunately, I wasn't with my parents long enough for them to do enough evaluation, and the chain of custody and records was broken. Therefore, the doctors fucked up and misdiagnosed me. Because I'm so high functioning, it could be misdiagnosed as a disorder. And it's not. And I look like another disorder. So my doctors who misdiagnosed me for 10 years are getting sued for libel, slander, defamation, and failure to do their job, and medical negligence, and conspiracy to misdiagnose on behalf of a wealthy, well-connected douchebag who is going to prison. Because once you do that type of harm, that goes into malice and injury. So let's look up the legal terms of injury before we finish up. And damages. So when we think about litigation and judgment, court of law, probate, consent decree, decree nisi, which is a provisional decree for divorce, especially with inhumane mistreatment and damages that need to be sought for a husband that would gaslight his own wife, terrorize his own wife, emotionally abuse and torment his own wife. Then a divorce decree decree nisi, and a divorce, usually 6 months, during which parties have the opportunity to show cause why the decree should not become absolute. I've showed cause why it should become absolute. If I was married to a narcissistic prick who terrorized his own wife like Karen Valentine's husband did in 1944 movie Gaslight, the same thing as in the case in Columbia, South Carolina, where the rich white man did it to his rich white wife and had her committed to mental health institutions. She skipped the country, went to Australia and got a lawyer, and the lawyer said the wife should sue her husband for defamation, harassment, terrorism, slander, and having her punitive psychiatrically detained. So that case is also setting the precedence for the Columbia, South Carolina case, Georgia case, Tennessee case, and Florida cases. So it means that I've more than fantastically outlined why I have a right to ask for a divorce and no contest divorce and an at-fault divorce on the behalf of a nasty, narcissistic, wealthy, well-connected husband and his dirtbag new wife who thought she was going to get away with not having to pay for her slander, libel, harassment, terrorism. And then, when you get to the point that the action of a crime, making a false spoken statement, damaging to a person's reputation, business opportunities, the things that they did to me, then I have a slam dunk, open and shut case. So let's go into damages. Declaration. In common law, the formal document specifying plaintiff's cause of action, including the facts necessary to sustain proper cause of an action and to advise defendant of the grounds upon which he or she is being sued. The complaint. So it means that my complaint is valid, and I showed you why it's valid, and my complaint for all the DCNF fuckery and failures. And all the levels of agency failures when I addressed this multiple times for a decade plus. And then you damage the life of a friendship that I had with someone who inadvertently was investigating himself. He's not a police officer, he's just IT guy, trying to find out what the fuck happened to his daddy. Now he knows. But you ruined that friendship, and we may never be friends again. Because you all have done so much damage and did so much libel, slander, harassment, caused so much injury to a relationship, even if we were married. I don't know how that would be salvageable because of emotional damages. And I would want the divorce. Because you don't go around defaming someone's character, assassinating someone's character, provoking a gaslight, and threatening to kill and harm people like they threatened to kill my friend that was in my house and lived with me. Then y'all did it in Atlanta. There's nothing funny about that. Damages. See injury, irreparable damage or harm. So let's explain this in Cardi B's duality in the situation. You cause irreparable harm to business deals, influence that she could have had. You caused irreparable, irreversible harm to her marriage, which created a cause for her to cry like that in court and literally break down in tears because you ruined her life. You had her husband looking at her crazy. You had her looking at her husband crazy. You ruined their marriage just about and made it almost damn near irreparable. It's a similar thing where mine is irreparable. You changed my outlook on marriage. You violated trust. You violated me as a person. And then you harassed me and terrorized me, emotionally abused me, tormented me, and bullied me, embarrassed me. And then you have the nerve to think that you can salvage marriage. The audacity of it all. So in closing argument, I want you guys to understand compensatory damages and actual damages. Loss is directly referable to the breach or tortious acts, which means tort. Means it is something that you do that creates a legal brief or document or complaint. Tortfeasor. Losses that can be readily proven and have been sustained and for which the injury party can be compensated as a matter of right. And if you violate civil rights, that means the tortfeasor is automatic. Domestic terrorism falls underneath that under Section 806, 807, 808, and 805 of the FBI.gov, and then on top of the NSA.gov and IC3crimes.gov, and as well as the State Department and Homeland Security, which falls under those ranks. Consequential special damages. Let's go over that term. Indirect loss or injury, contract loss, consequential damages are recoverable if there is reasonable foreseeable at the time contract the injury would be a result in the contract that were broken, or damages that caused or created libel, slander, harassment, or invasion of privacy, domestic terrorism, domestic abuse, emotional abuse, tormenting under section 806, 807, 808, 805 under FBI.gov, Department of Justice.gov, and OJP.gov. So, which are directly caused by the injury, because special damages do not necessarily flow from the injury, but must be specifically pleaded and proven. The distinction between special and general damage is not absolute, but rather is relative and depends on circumstances of each case, for in which an action or failure to provide widgets as agreed. So when we talk about widgets, we're talking about levels of different things that are widgets, or what we call output inputs, or parts to a case. So if a person has outlined how you damaged them, if they outline how you lied them, and they outline how you slandered them, and how you harassed them, terrorized them, just like I did. And I went through 2 years of harassment on Twitter. I went through 10 years of harassment on Facebook, 15 years total. And I outlined it to law enforcement, Department of Justice, and also FBI. And then at levels of where CIA has to come in, Pentagon has to come in, and levels and layers of intelligence agents have to come in and see what's going on, because it's becoming deadly, homicidal in nature. Then there is a problem. There is compensatory damages, there is libel, there is slander, there is harassment, there's domestic terrorism on top of that, which falls under section 806, 805, 808. And if you had constructive knowledge and did nothing about it, or you had reasonable understanding of how detrimental, deadly, or how far this went, a little too far, and to a point of deadly homicidal actions of others involved, or who got adjacently involved, and you had knowledge to the fact, then neither of you can say it's self-defense. I did this because she sat there and responded this way. That's not self-defense, sir, ma'am. That's you acting in malice, cruelty, vicious cruelty, and intentional infliction of distress. So in duality with Cardi B's situation, that's when we fall into slander, the last one. The action of crime of making false spoken statements damaging to a person's reputation, compared to libel. He is suing the TV network for slander, libel. So those that worked at the TV network who were doing this production stuff, like Kenny Petty and Onika and that petty shit that she got kicked out for, Tierra Marie, who worked at Rock Nation. So Tierra Marie, who sat there and finally came forward about it and whatnot, and talking about the finesse and all this kind of stuff, and she got kicked out of Zell Swag's house and Paris's house. Here's where that comes into it. If you brought this to a network, you did things and used somebody's personal life for your fodder and to laugh and play psychotic games, then there is defamation of character, there is harassment, there is libel, and there is slander and invasion of privacy. To defame someone's character, blacken someone's name, or play the provoke and gaslight games that you all did, and then taking it to industry. That's why I told the industry I'd do it for free and get y'all's ass fired. Because I don't like none of you. Because opinion, slander, libel, and defamation, knowing the difference. I want you guys to understand the difference. And we're done. Opinion. Before we get to the other words, it's important to define what an opinion is. Slander is an untrue oral statement made by someone to a third party. So you mean what my FedEx John Jason did to people their industry connected to, and then they repeated it. Libel is a written statement that is untrue, damaging about the other party. Oh, you mean what John Jason did to me? But when I tell their truth, then they want to play victim and then terrorize me further and recruit their other friends who were participating in these reindeer games. So that is libel. Here's a good example. The 1964 case, New York Times Co. versus Sullivan. However, radically changed the nature of libel in the United States by establishing public officials could win a suit, or anybody who is related or connected to public officials, or any type of level and layer of anybody that's wealthy, well connected, and it's their family, and you create and cause defamation of character, or use the media or media publications and platforms to use to harass, terrorize, or provoke, or otherwise defame the character of other people and other parties, including third parties who are adjacently getting messed up in the situation because of what you decided to do. Public officials could win that lawsuit for libel when they could prove the media outlet in question, or whether they knew, or the publication platform under Section 230C. They're no longer protected under those things because of these cases like this from 1964. That it was published that with reckless disregard, whether it was false or not, they didn't do any fact checking and make sure that what was said was true. So when I showed you receipts about John and Jason, it's because it was true and they told me. That's not libel. That's not slander. So all their provoke and gaslight games backfired in their face, and I outlined why they can't sue me. And then Jason, I heard, was writing a book. I wish you would, because you'll be sued for defamation of character, libel, slander. And I heard about that. So Tone Lambo, who dated Phaedra and whatnot, played in my face. But see, when you pillow talk, Phaedra was able to find out all the things that Jason did. Jason, who's connected to Medina from WeTV. Jason, who it looks like Kwame Brown. The same Jason who is Kenny Gaines, Grasty's people, Victoria's little secret, is Jason is Michael Jackson's little brother. Dunk Jackson, Jen Jackson's sister, brother. So Sharon and, not Sharon, but Karen and Chucky Jackson need to explain this, because that song by DMS, Monica, Sharon, and Nikki, they can explain all of this. So Darkman X is my hero because he owns the house that was down the street from my house. Because we used to go see Earl all the time. I just never went in to go see Earl. Now I know who the Earl was. Diva Holloway's cousin, who watched this shit close. He passed away. God rest his soul. But Earl DMX Simmons posthumous is a hero, just like my father, who's living. Because had my father not provoked me and gaslit me, had my father not windmilled for me, pissed me the fuck off, and I found out about it, thank you, Daddy. Because my father is the one who had Nikki's contract terminated from Apple. Because I asked for it. My father was able to settle his divorce because Nicole Young wanted to play stupid ass games. Because Alan Bernstein was her lawyer. And Alan Bernstein is the same one who is Nikki's lawyer. And Tasha transferred Nikki's dumbass homegirl, Monica Turner Allison, all about the tea, thought she was doing something by talking shit. So she mentioned Alan. I thought she was talking about Sean Allen Whitfield. Sean's not a lawyer, he's an IT specialist. He just got his certification within the last 2 years. So it solidifies why some people are going their butts to jail, because you ruined the life of several people and you ruined their credibility. You also had other people arguing, fussing, and fighting like me and Sean were fighting. You had people around here upset and angry at each other while all 5 of you stupid smut buckets were playing all these stupid games, and you ruined lives for over a decade. So let's go forward. With reckless disregard, whether it's false or not, y'all don't care about going on social media with catfish accounts, disinformation, terrorizing, playing in people's medical records, playing in people's face. Monica did to me. I'll give you an example. I had a Zoom meeting. So now you understand the connection with Principal Murphy and his stupid shitbag ass antics. And I said I was anti-corruption, collusion, and bullshit. Because when Principal Murphy said he's anti-Zoom, and then I thought about it, we would do the Zoom appointments with the facility over there for trauma, PTSD, and sexual battery in the Times Up Me Too program. You guys want to see the magnet I have from them? Because for the sexual rape and sodomy that I went through and all the things that caused PTSD and trauma and ruined my friendship with Sean, we were living together. And he says, I thought you had PTSD. I said, how did you know? He said, because you weren't sleeping. I'm military. I know what PTSD is. I suffered from it. I watched a helicopter go down when I was younger, and I was in the military on a ship. And I watched friends of mine that were on the ship, my shipmates, die. So when I tell you a person figured out that I had PTSD after the fact, I said, why did you just tell me? I said, because I was embarrassed. Because people made fun of me about mental health. People made fun of me because I have PTSD from being sodomized, forced sex, and raped. Because I was raped in high school by LaDarren Clarity Jr. I mean, the senior. That LaDarren Clarity's junior is the one who died. But LaDarren Clarity's father is the one who raped me. JJ Lovelace's homeboy. He was allowed to live because it took me 2 weeks to come forward. People teased me and called me all kind of names in high school. Because he's the high school basketball player's brother. Lynn Clarity, who was also a football player, John David Allison, Kenny Petty's piece of shit football mate. His brother. It took me 2 weeks, me and Shay. They switched on both of us. Robert Jackson, Laura's husband. We all went to high school together. I used to go over to Robert Jackson's house. The one time that we went joyriding with LaDarren Clarity, Lynn Clarity's brother, and Robert Jackson in their car. They took us over to the woods by Don Snyder's house. They had sex with us and switched. I have a tattoo on my upper back and my lower back because it's covering up the sticks that were in my back from being ground on the ground. So now you guys know why I have a tramp stamp. I covered up all of what they did. Why I have tattoos on my arms is because Jason dug his hands in my arm when he was strangling me and pinning me to the bed and said, "I'll kill you," after he got caught with Marissa Guest, who looks like Joy Ann Reed. Marissa Guest, who committed perjury in his Escambia County Clerk of Court. I have the finger marks on my arm. That's the reason why I have a tattoo. Tattoos help me release the pain from everything I went through. So I have a tramp stamp, and I have another tattoo at the top of my back because I was raped. I went to the doctor, and I was misdiagnosed. I've been suffering trauma and PTSD since I was 16 years old. I was raped in high school. I have nothing to lie about. People have always played in my face and done me dirty. Yet I let LaDarren Clarity live and live his best life in the community of Escambia County, football coach, while he had raped me after Robert did. And we had to walk 2 miles home from Don Snyder's house down to my mom's house. Me and Shay agreed not to say anything because we were worried about getting in trouble with our parents. And because my mom was a single parent and had 2 kids, I didn't want DCNF to get us. And I was scared to come forward. But I kept acting up and I kept running away from home. I kept running away, and then my mom said, "What's wrong with you, baby?" Because it was something that happened when I went to church with Brenda and Thaddeus. And I ran away because I couldn't take trauma and upset and being provoked and irritated. So when my mom finally got me back home, I broke down and cried. And I told her, I said, "I've been raped." She said, "When this happened?" I said, "It happened 2 weeks ago." I didn't want to tell you. My mother called the Escambia County Sheriff's Department, and the officer that came to the house had a black mustache, had the glasses on, and he literally yelled at me. He said, "Why didn't you come forward? We can't do shit now. It's too late to do something." That is why LaDarren Clarity Sr. is free, living his best damn life, and Robert Jackson got to live his best life and get married. Because I never pursued charges. Because I was told they couldn't do shit about it. So at that age, I learned that I wasn't going to get justice. I ended up going to see a doctor, and because of the failure in chain of custody, since I was a baby, they weren't able to properly diagnose me. I had trauma PTSD. I'm autistic high functioning. My federal records have it sealed for development and delayed. That's where the chain of custody failed. Because had they gone into my federal records that are sealed because I'm a special victim as a baby, an infant, a toddler, and my sister's a special victim as an infant and a toddler, they split her date of birth and our ages. We're the same exact age. We're fraternal. 9.5 plus 4 pennies. He's 99. Eternal. And it's embarrassing because we've known our records and we never said anything. We never tried to reach out to our father. We never tried to reach out to our mother. We already knew. We never tried to go and obtain anything. And when I got sick in 2007, 2008, I finally had to have surgery for tumors because they thought it was stage 1 cancer, and they removed 7 tumors. I needed a blood transfusion. I opted for a blood transfusion. And instead of going to my father and going to my mother for a blood transfusion, I legitimately opted for someone else to donate blood so that the hospital would not leak my records. Because it would have taken me undoing my records through a judge which I had rights to do then. If that doesn't show you integrity, and this is not a money grab, I don't know what else to prove it to you. Because I didn't want my father embarrassed. I didn't want my mother because I knew it was something. And I ended up finding out on social media last year why. It was that we couldn't get protection. We could have been murdered and nobody would have known. So we were adopted out. Our records were changed. Our names were changed. I was the only one who kept my name, except for my middle name was changed. And the hard part about it is that people have played in my records that are sealed. And you need to explain why you did it. Because you put me in danger. You put my father in danger. You put my mother in danger. You put my grandmother in danger. Although a lot of this has to do with the scandal that went down. I can't explain it. I don't want to. Because I already know. When you operate with reckless disregard for somebody's privacy, and you invade somebody's privacy the way that people have done to me, that's not forgivable. Because people wanted to murder me and erase me. They wanted to murder and erase my sister and have threatened herself. All because I'm right and they're wrong. And it shows what kind of piece of crap they are. And they're only mad because all of their dirt came out right along with it. Because one thing you guys don't understand is the law trumps everything. The government trumps everything. And the government has to operate in such a manner. Because when there's cases like this, they have to operate the way they do. With integrity, morality, and welfare. And once they see that it's becoming dangerous, they gotta let it be known. That's why I was pulled in those roads. That's why I was told the truth. But inadvertently, it solidified their cases. Their RICO cases. And it also solidified their integrity. Because if government wanted me murdered and dead and gone, I would have been dead and gone already. And when I debunked that Illuminati has anything to do with this, they don't. Because when I joined, it was 2017. Do the math. This shit is happening 2010, 2011, 2012. So when y'all go and look at conspiracy theory, don't believe everything you read on the damn internet. I literally almost lost my life. So what is the difference with libel slander? The difference between libel slander is that libel refers to any false defamatory statement published in writing, while slander is false statements spoken orally. That's the difference. And they did it to me. Duality, they did it to Cardi B. I cried, and I'm trying to keep myself from falling apart now. I don't want a fucking hug. When it falls under defamation lawsuits and things like that, that vary from state to state. So in this teaching and coaching for 4 hours, I want you guys to understand that we can come to an agreement to disagree, that all needs to change somewhere along the line to make it bearable and tolerable to be online across multiple platforms. Let's take into account current YouTubers' cases that have this open dialogue. That's why I did this. Let's take into account a level of discussion for educational, growth, and wellness purposes for everybody, autistic, non-autistic, and then those that are dealing with mental health, behavioral health, and all kinds of things. Because not everybody who's dealing with behavioral health and mental health was mental in the beginning. Some people can make you mental from dealing with domestic terrorism, domestic abuse, intimate partner violence, inhumane mistreatment, domestic terrorism, emotional violence, emotional psychological violence, penal detainment, and unlawful illegal detainment, malfeasance, and gross negligence. So whether you're a local YouTuber, Facebooker, Twitter, Instagram, Ego, Clubhouse, I'm your local HR, Wellness Life Coach certified. I wanted to make sure in closing that you guys understand, that you understand the damages and how far deep it damaged me, damaged my child. I have to go to court. I have to deal with the same judge that triggered trauma and upset me and pissed me the fuck off. But inadvertently, I have to thank Jennifer Frajkowski because I was able to get it on record. So I decided I'm not mad with Frajkowski anymore. I'm just mad this happened because it allowed me to inadvertently get it on record with DCNF and change my view of DCNF. The police department who came up there and talked to me about my daughter's situation, the same thing happened to her. But again, it's too late to do something because she came forward too late about it. And for the officers to say, I'm sorry. I thought about that when I was her age. And the same thing happened to me. I was able to help my daughter because I've been through it. And shit hurts. Because y'all don't know what the hell I've done with. You see a haunted look in my eye because I'm really haunted by all the shit that's happened. There's some days I can't sleep, even if I take sleep medicine, because my body is so damaged from nerve damage. Have you ever heard somebody say, "Got on my last nerve"? You're working them. My nerves have neuropathy, and they send firings all over my body. It hurts me. I'm always in severe pain. I borderline ended up diagnosed with MS, but luckily they saw enough inflammation in my body and they realized that I was threatening lupus, not MS. Because cortisol ate up my body and the serotonin and dopamine I had left, which I was born with a very little amount. That's what makes me autistic. People who expounded on my emotional deficits and me being passionate, they'll look and make fun of Cardi B because she's passionate about what she's saying. I am just like Cardi B. Except for she's not autistic. I am. And I am CC. I'm autistic. I'm high functioning. And the reason why I'm crying is because I think about my little girl. She says, "Mommy, I just want you to get justice." My little girl's been a casualty of this shit. She almost lost her mother from pre-cancer. I just put her in chemotherapy. I lost my hair. I lost my teeth. That's why I have teeth missing. It's going to cost me $4,000 to fix my teeth. It's probably up to $5,000 because of all the damages from me grinding my teeth. From trauma in my sleep. Waking up, fist balled up. Talking in my sleep. Angry, talking shit in my sleep. I know what Cardi B's been through. So when she burst out crying on the stand, I couldn't help but identify and understand her because I have gone through what Cardi B did. I just don't have Cardi B's money. And I feel sorry for her. Because no mother should have to go through that. Except for Cardi B can defend herself. She's got the best lawyers. I went to get lawyers and nobody helped me. And the same people who bullied me, bullied Cardi B. Because they're interconnected, 6 degrees separated. Because somebody's jealous. Because somebody can't stand that they've got to share their crown. They got to share the spotlight. And it should hurt me. Like I said, I wasn't going to cry. Because culture, that little girl's beautiful. Culture Cephas, that's her name. Balsalis Cephas has to sit up there, probably 10 years from now, and tell her kid about a nasty-ass woman who told lies on mommy, who embarrassed mommy, who humiliated mommy, tormented mommy. What do you think I had to tell my child? Because I tell Balsalis to tell her daughter is there's bullies on the internet. There's mean people on the internet. And mean people says God awful things about mommy. and I did my best to protect you. This is not true. It's been proven in court. I'm still your mommy. I love you. And that's what I would tell Belsalas Almanzar, Cardi B. Because I have to tell my daughter that often. And when my daughter has heard my ex hurting me and says, Mommy, I thought he was going to kill you. Me and Gigi sat there and we were crying because we thought he was hurting you. I said he was. She said, I thought he was going to kill you, Mommy. I said he knew better. He did harm me though. Imagine when your child at 14 tells you, I thought he was going to kill you. I've been through domestic violence multiple times. I've taken punches to my face. I've got kicked in my side. I have a scar on my hip where my ex ran up and kicked me into the wall. I'll see my wall. Jason did that. After he strangled me, he said, bitch, I'll kill you. He's industry connected. His dark vibe family did a lot of things to me, embarrassed me, humiliated me. All because their truths came out. Because when the dark comes to the light, and those that aided and abetted him, I hope you feel stupid. Because I've got the scar. I've got all these scars. But the worst scar is a psychological scar. I hope this proves to you guys how libel and slander can affect someone on social media. I'm hoping in the 4 hours, 14 minutes, y'all understand how my 7-year-old, who turned into a 14-year-old, who turned into an almost 18-year-old, got damaged. Cardi B can afford the best therapist. I finally had to fight to get a good therapist for my daughter and one for myself. Because I wanted to be present and mindful and be the best business coach, life coach, wellness coach, and I certified in 2016. Imagine what I've been fighting for in my brand while somebody else with the brand fought their homegirls battle and decided to be a mean girl and did anything to be famous. Wanted to be the next Wendy Williams and tarnish Wendy Williams' image just so she could sit on top. So I'm hoping Miss Williams Hunter sues the shit out of her. And I'm hoping to God that DJ Booth leaves Nikki, just like Angela, Nikki's manager, leaves. And I hope that Nikki gets the karma she deserves. I hope Jennifer will refile it because I'm going to debunk something and then I'm gone. Jennifer Huff's case that she dismissed, she can refile it under libel, slander, defamation of character. Harassment is harder to prove. So therefore, Jennifer Huff has a viable case. That's why the judge dismissed it without prejudice. It means that Jennifer Huff has the opportunity to sue the brakes off Nikki again. And her lawyers, who are also Sabrina's lawyers, have a right to sue all parties involved because Tasha Turner Nikki B needs to explain how she blackmailed Task Force Tip and his wife, Tamika Diane Caldwell Harris, and played all these narcissistic, stupid ass games and threatened Tamika Diane Caldwell Harris, Sonic Fulham's mother, and played all these stupid ass games and had them threatening other people. King Harris contacting my family who don't know them. That's that California call to my daughter. My daughter doesn't give out her phone number, but it happened to be on her Facebook. And I want warrants for the arrest of each person who did it and thought that shit was funny and screenshotted her going off on y'all, terrorizing her because y'all did it to her, you did it to me. But we're across the lines. That's my little girl. You psychologically, emotionally damaged a little girl, and y'all don't give a damn. That's why I'm doing this, because it's about my little girl more than anything. And as a mother, I'm not going to allow anybody to damage her opportunities like y'all damaged mine and ruined my damn life. So I wanted to make sure you guys understood the duality and that you guys understood it on this platform, whether it's WhatsApp, Twitter, Twitch, Geek, whether it's on Facebook, whether it's on Instagram, and that you guys understood the ramifications of terrorizing, provoking, gaslighting, bullying, harassing, emotionally abusing, defaming someone, assassinating their character, threatening to hurt them, harm them, and using police, or saying you can use police and pay them off. Do you know how many hits were ordered on my life over the last couple of years? Do you know how many deadly situations I've been in the last couple of years? Plenty. I survived some things that most of you, if you were in my shoes, you would have killed somebody already. And I chose not to. I chose not to be violent. I chose to improve my argument. I chose to explain what's going on so I could protect myself and my family. You put my family in danger, and y'all didn't care. All because you gained a couple coins. You helped to dox people and terrorize people. Y'all did it to me. And then I'm thinking about Cardi B, how she was doxxed, and Tasha's the same one who had people doing it to me. I want you guys to understand the liability of slander and the definitions. So when you guys make false reports on YouTube, YouTube can take y'all down for making false reports and saying things that were false, wrong, and you did it because you want to be malicious and nasty. So I had this conversation with YouTube 2 years ago. They gave me the corporate office. I had this conversation with Twitter. They gave me the corporate office address. I had the same conversation with Facebook. They gave me the corporate office address. What you guys don't know is that they gave me a chance to start over. What you don't know is they know that I'm a victim. They know that I'm not acting like this for no dang reason. So does Clubhouse. They know I'm not acting like this for no reason. They allowed me to have a platform so I could speak because they know that I've been intimidated, provoked, gaslit, and terrorized. And they know how dangerous the situation was. Social media saved my life. So my question is, are you guys going to use social media for the right thing? Or are you going to use social media for the wrong thing? And are you going to be good global citizens, I am abundance, unified, advanced citizens? Or are you guys going to be domestic terrorists, provokers, gaslighters, abusers by proxy, and play in people's faces and harm them inadvertently and re-traumatize and re-trigger them? Because you're mad because you participate in things. And those that came forward and told the truth, like trees, proxy, they're forgiven. Because the biggest lesson I had to learn is forgiveness even though I don't want to. You're forgiven because each one of you owned up to your bullshit. Each one of you told the truth. Even in adversity. Y'all's families have been affected. People called CPS on y'all. They did it to me. I wanted Gino, same one that was playing these games and making false CPS reports, pulled off YouTube. Your dangerous misconduct in injecting yourself in beefs and then turning around and doxing people and not having the right information, and you allowed Monica Toomer Allison, same one that John Yates doxed and told the truth about, is the reason why I'm giving John Yates a pass. Because Monica's created enough kerfuffles and she's Tasha's homegirl. And that was confirmed by Lipstick Out. And T.S. Madison and them all know each other. So, case closed. I wanted to make sure you guys understood Investigations 101 and how my degree in criminal justice, CJ, pre-legal, pre-law helped me. And then on top of that, y'all ruined my experience and I changed my stuff over at PSC so that I could get out of school because I had a miserable experience and you ruined me getting my honors scores because you morons tired me out. I want you guys to understand what this is all about because you took from me things that were important to me, my honors score. You ruined my college experience on campus. You terrorized me and stalked and harassed and played all these psychotic games while I was in school. You ruined my experience in Atlanta, my first experience, and the governor is my angel. A white man. His deputy governor is my angel. Because I went to the mayor and told her stupid ass what was going on, and her office hung up the phone in my face. This Killer Mike, daddy's on APD. So APD had done an investigation. They just didn't let certain people know. I found out. I was pulled in the room. And I saw every federal case. And every damn lie. This sorry lady next door, this man across the street, this man next door, and this man next door, whose brother was on the police department, And then they discovered all the political BS. So Pensacola Police Department discovered a RICO case on top of it. So does Gamma County Sheriff's Department. And I have to go to court. All this on my shoulders. And face the same judge I was mad at. But I'm letting it pass because inadvertently she's a hero. Because Jennifer Prychkowski's antics caused that DCNF inquiry. On top of all the threats that they did. And DCNF was able to debunk it. I talked to the Office of Inspector General and they saw the links. They know I'm telling the truth. And DCNF changed my mind because they said, we have to be unbiased. We have to operate in integrity. That's the same thing as Gamma County Sheriff's Department, Pensacola Police Department told me. We have to operate with integrity. We need to be trained better. And we're sorry, Ms. Nix. Because you didn't deserve this, and we don't want you to die. In that, in closing, I wanted to restore the integrity to the police department, the sheriff's department, and let you guys know that you don't use social media to slander, libel, and harass anybody. You don't use the internet to terrorize and tell lies on people, and you don't use the internet to emotionally abuse and torment anybody and think that that's okay and that you're a victim because they respond to you in hostility and upset, because you're not. So that's it. That's my teaching in 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 4 seconds. You all take care. I'll do my other teaching a little later tonight. I just wanted to make sure that I took time off and sat back and relaxed. I wanted to show you guys the IT antics in the troll farm. And they've been doing this the whole entire time we've been talking. So now you know that I wasn't lying about the Russians and whatnot, trying to get in my Microsoft account. Now you guys know about the Russians that tried to get into my email. So now you know I wasn't lying about that, and I told Cox Cable the same thing, and I told AT&T the same thing. So the Cisco router and Linksys router that was being tampered with, I was telling the truth since day one. I should have been listened to. So now you know I wasn't lying about the troll farm. So you see the time and date stamp that started at 5:10 and has lasted for 4 hours. All the way to now 8:32. So now you know that I wasn't lying. I rest my case. You all take care. I didn't deserve none of what I went through. And neither did my daughter. And neither did my family.